Okay. Yeah, I know. That's good. We'll just have her record. Okay. What is your name?
Charlene Rowland.
Okay. Hey, everybody out there and who's in here. We have someone in person testifying. We are currently we're just testifying in this room right now, and we'll be filming it. Okay, Cheryl. Charlie, introduce yourself. Tell us where you came from.
So we have somebody that's going to testify.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Aloha kako. My name is Charlene Rowland, and I come from Waianae. Aloha. I'm so sorry, but I get so emotional when it comes to testimony. So the meaning to me of testimony is to bear truth of what you know to be true. And I'd like to share with you. I graduated Waianae High School in 1983. My husband in 84, high school sweethearts. And we left to join the military. And we've been gone for 27 years. Throughout our journey off island and traveling, my mom would tell me from time to time about our Kaulana land. But she didn't quite understand. So some of the families would do some research, but then it stopped.
Recording in progress.
And so I had a calling to come home in 2010 to take care of my mom. And with the blessing of being with her last 3 years of her life. And in 2013, she passed away. And she'd left me her genealogy, 2 books. And in one of the books, there was some paperwork to do with Kaulana land. And out of curiosity, I started to look into it and do more research. And I got an interest in doing that, and it brought me here today. And then taking trips to Maui with my in-laws, because their family also come from Hana area, Marcial family. But my Kaulana land is Likua Ohana up at Kaulana Valley. And so doing a lot of the research, I had found more information and more digging I have to do, but for the time being, I'll just focus on the one. And then I met Moku couple. And his family, not realizing that there is a tie between them and my in-laws. But I'm so truly grateful for them because he had helped me along this path. He had shown me a lot of information, and he had guided my path to the Kaulana lands and the information. And in this journey, I've also met a lot of families and friends that know a lot about what has been happening in Hawaii from years ago. And it hurts me. My heart aches because I know in my heart that what was done was so wrong. And some of my family believe that we've lost the land already. We don't own it anymore, but we do. So through the guidance and help with Moku and his family, and the perseverance of friends and families to help me learn more about my genealogy, along with church, it helps me to better understand So I remember who I am, where I come from, and what I represent. I was here on Monday and enjoyed it so much because a lot of people that was talked about know who you are, know where you come from, and know what you represent. And I testify to you and whoever else is watching that enough is enough. Hawaiians are waking up. The Kanaka is here to reclaim our lands, reclaim our iwi, and reclaim what was taken. And I'm grateful to be here, and I thank you for allowing me to testify. And I love you folks, and I thank you for all the help and support that everyone here does for each other. That is so awesome to see. We never learned this in high school. We never learned any kind of things like this, the truth about what happened to our kupunas, our families. And yesterday, I talked to one cousin in Maui, going through genealogy again, and what happens? Oh, I get some ohana that's buried in Kauai Church. Oh wait, there was a sister up here talking about that. More research gotta do. But I thank you guys for this opportunity and this blessing, and I love you guys, and I say this in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Okay, so we got everything up and running. For some reason, as soon as the announcements were made of what happened, and we got cut off. What's going on? But anyway, we're going to continue. So we do have Kamakakūokalani online. So we're going to continue with that. Mahalo.
Hello, my couple. Can everyone hear me? It's good to see a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. And I just wanted to say that I really regret the fact that I cannot be there. But just to let everybody know, our family got hit. Mild with COVID. But then we're okay now. And I'm really sad that I cannot be present. I should be present at these functions because it's really important on the educational component, what needs to happen and how we can share and how we can link up as an hui throughout Hawaii Island to make sure that we keep pressing the issue pertaining to, our resources and everything that, we hold dearly. So I wanted to talk to everybody, and I kind of gave everybody a simple synopsis on Monday. In the bottom line, everything boils down to title. And throughout the 20-some-odd years that I got basically dragged through the mud by these companies who bought 5,000 acres for $15 million, they dragged me in the mud for 20-some-odd years for something that they never had. And property that was never transferred over, which was a part of the 5,000 acres for $15 million, found myself up against the wall with my ohana, dealing with these ongoing pressing issues pertaining to whether or not we do have an interest to title, which basically came from Hawaii from the government. So in 2012, the Supreme Court made a ruling. Up to 2017, the Supreme Court made a final ruling that Kamakakūokalani owns an interest, and Makita Land Company, the conglomerates, had no interest. So because of that, it stemmed off into an infatuation to get families to understand what title is all about. And that's our strengths, because title is everything. It's not just land-based, it's the resources, it's the water that those properties were promised through Hawaii Hawaiian to the Privy Council from the time of 1850. All these things were set in place to make sure that we had pertinent rights that came with the aina that was awarded to Kuleana. So I began to talk about, like for Lahaina, there's a process with the state designation. Once to designate the whole Lahaina aquifer, ground and surface water, as a management water under the State Commission on Water Resources Management. And there was a time that Jocelyn Costa told me, well, I'd rather take on a Kelly gun in the eye than a bullet in the head, which literally means that who do we trust in the careship of our resources? Should it be the state or should it be the private sector, the developers? Well, to be honest, none of them have the capabilities of taking care of our resources. But, by that comment saying I'd rather take them in the eye with a belly gun, well, apparently that means the state should be the one responsible of making sure that our resources are protected. So through this water resource management that is going on in Lahaina or in Maui at this time is creating these conflictions on Kanaka with Kuleana land versus Kanaka who purchased TMKs. And it's becoming a mess because you have a pertinent rights when it comes to water, then you have Kuleana rights, which is really creating a whole bunch of PDTL down the road when you get Kanaka that said, I'm Hawaiian and I should have a pertinent rights versus the Kuleana that has a allodial title, a land commission or a royal packet, which comes automatically with those rights. And I think people need to understand that when you start doing the title, then you can start understanding that with the title comes all these pertinent rights, access rights, the rights to your roadways. And when the Wahinis was talking yesterday about the DAG maps, they're right. That all these trails and Alanuis and Alaheles and Aupunis and all these, they go to designated areas that have resources. And one of them could be our Palina, where our Kupuna is buried. Where I live in the mountains, Kaula Valley, which is in Ala Aupuni, goes all the way up into the valley. And guess where it ends? It ends at my house. The Ala Aupuni of Kaula. It ends at my house. Looking at the title, looking at the meets and bounds, looking at the land commission of water, what those things have, the pertinent rights to waters that was reserved. So if families wanted to try to figure out they could transfer interests of their lands, the waters were held in trust. Those cannot be sold. So right now, the state's saying that if they go to the state water designation, then the bottom line is every participant that needs water, especially for the cultivation of kalo, has to apply for a water use permit application. The difference between a pertinent right user, and a Kuleana user, the Kuleana is exempt from any cost. Anybody who purchases a TMK, he doesn't get away with that same thing. He still has to apply, and he possibly still maybe even charged for the amount of water that he needs to use. So and I don't drink anymore, so I may as well fight. But the whole bottom line is I wanted to get with everybody, and I'm mahalo for a lot of the familiar faces that are in the crowd that I've known for years, a long time, that we still got to hold them on, we still got to push him. We still got to really, really push the, how would you say, the narrative And the narrative, bottom line, boils down to the state known matter. Yeah? And I challenge a lot of you, Kanaka out there, that the basis to the whole problem that we face right now and why we're so oppressed is because we're not taking the full responsibility of what is actually ours, that was passed down from generation to generation from our kupuna, was giving our all these properties from the time of Mamahele. Those kupuna left something behind for you. You know, a lot of people going to say, well, culturally, commitment really mess things up. I beg everybody, and I ask everybody to do the research even more, to look past all those kinds of narratives when it comes to politics, because the Alili at that time, they were troubled, because they were facing an Indian, yeah, that came from another planet, telling us that these are the kind of things that we need to do, and this is how things are going to work, and this is how everything is going to be in conformity. That's not a narrative. That's just a narrative. But you got to look pertaining to what was reserved for yourself and your ohana, yeah? Because it all boils down to an undivided interest. So now there was an incident that would happen in Lahaina with my wahine, and 4 out of wahines would jump in the pipeline. My wahine called me up from work and said, you know, I'm not to work already. I'm coming down and I will stop this. And I'm like, oh, okay, there you go. And she left her job, came down, went to the developer and said, I want you guys to stop this illegal pipeline. And the guy said no. So all the 5 wahine would jump in the hole just to hold him down. Bottom line, it was an illegal arrest. Next day, I came with documents in the form of an affidavit informing the police department that I have an interest, that I want to see what this guy's interest, and the construction company, all they had was a warranty title deed. Bottom line, it's a civil matter. The police department looked at my papers and told the development company to stop work immediately, that this is a civil matter, it belongs in court. Right now, because of that, the police commission did an investigation in Maui and found out that the arrest is totally illegal. So the remedy to the police commission's report was that the police department, boards and commissions need to understand and learn kingdom law. That's on the docket in Maui. And that couldn't have been forwarded to a bigger discussion, yeah, if it wasn't for the wahines by taking a stand and jumping in the hole because the developers claimed they had an exemption to put in a pipeline over known burial areas, over known cemeteries. So we're not going to tolerate these kinds of things anymore. And I think all of us throughout Hawaii shouldn't tolerate these things anymore. I think the only way we should handle this issue when it comes to water, because of the impact of historic property, the impact of burials, the impact of ala aupuni, which these guys have cut right across the pipeline, all that belongs in court. And there's a new era that's happening now that it seems like in the court judiciary system, they all know that there's a lot of things that is happening and they're not stepping up doing their fiduciary duties to protect the interests of the judges. But we gotta get it to that point. We gotta get everyone to understand that every Kamakakūokalani that has an undivided interest that came from Hawaii, that came from your kupuna. We just gotta do the extra work. And if any of you need kokua, hey, kapukapuakia@gmail.com. Reach out. That's my email. kapukapuakia@gmail.com. And I can help you start the process. I can help you understand what we need to do, because without absolute title, this is what turns this thing. This is what we gotta holy, like how everybody says, we gotta holy the system, right? But by knowing that you have an undivided interest to aina that was provided from the mahere, That's a process that can really hold things down. In Lahaina right now, we're holding down a total of 24 properties through the process of an affidavit. That's the redemption that we feel that if these development companies claim they own 100%, then that's where we belong. We belong in part. But I assure you, they don't own 100% because they don't own the water, because the water cannot be transferred from the Land Commission Award Royal Captain. It stays with the Land Commission Award Royal Captain for the heirs that are interest holders to these kuleana, to these Land Commission Awards. Real simple. The water is the key. The water is the key to holding these properties down. And when it comes to the state's Commission on Water Resource Management, there's 8 fundamental priorities. The fundamental priorities was the protection and preservation of these waterways for the cultivation of kalo, kuleana. That was the number one main priority. They have other fundamental practices to make sure that the fauna and species shall thrive within these valleys. That's the state's responsibility to protect these interests. So when we start talking about the water designation and the state wants to come in and take full control of monitoring, hey, I think that's always been their responsibility. That's always been their kuleana to make sure that what they do is on a benefit not just of the general public under 172-C, but under the kuleana right of the protection of those resources that were meant for. Okay? So my whole fight throughout these years, now that redemption was found, now that we have a full process, and the process is to look into the title, to look into your how. And I'm not a genealogist, I gotta say this, okay? I am not a genealogist, but I can show you how to put your information down in an affidavit or maybe a declaration. When the attorneys need information, the attorneys try to do a deposition. And in the deposition tries to share how you acquired the interest and how the interest trickles down from the time of the mahele all the way to you. Similar, in an affidavit form, once you get that done, you get it notarized, put it in the Bureau of Conveyance. Once it comes back to you, you have a question on whether or not you still own that undivided interest. And the undivided interest may be anywhere between 100% to 10%, but you still have an interest. And if we don't pursue that, then where is the argument when we go in front of the developers to tell them to stop because you tampering with my interests? The Pala speaks for itself. Without that remedy that you can show the police department, and mind you now, I just got appointed to the MMAC, the Multicultural Committee, which is an advisor to the police chief. And I asked him the question, what is this angle on title? And bottom line, he came out and he said, that's a civil matter that belongs in front of the judge. I wouldn't even intervene. It's never used to be like that before. Every time Kamaka will address an issue, we were faced by ignorant, and I hate to use that word, ignorant enforcement through the police department because they know, they're not attorneys. All their job is to enforce to make sure that nothing blows up. Now, if it's a criminal matter, then it's a criminal matter. But the criminal matter should be based upon the one that is doing the desecration, not the one that is protecting to make sure that desecration doesn't happen. So Maui is kind of interesting here. I don't know whether or not Oahu is similar, but I think if anything, if everybody wants to find the true remedy on how we can stop this madness and all this desecration that is happening, just remember now, It's not a TMK we live under. It's a land commission award. A land commission award, Pala Pala Silamuri, Royal Captain, and within that, only in the state of Hawaii and probably Mexico, you won't find titles that have a royal patent. No place else in the world. So why we always pushing ourselves up against the wall to protect things, yeah, when we should be protecting our land base. We should be protecting all of our land base. Red Hill, Wailupe, all the places, Waiwanalo, all over, Mauna Kea, Aleakala, all those areas, it all boils down to the absolute Al-Qaeda. And I guarantee that the state or any of these private companies cannot show and validate that they own 100% of your interests. And I can attest to also tell you that in my Supreme Court ruling, they stole those lands. And all the determination from the jury that Pioneer Mill never owned those lands. Never owned those lands. So what did they do? Try to file an adverse possession claim. When a company claims adverse possession, they can only claim up to 5 acres of land within 20 years. So because of that, 5 acres of land within 20 years. We need more soldiers out there looking into that Pala Pala Silamui. We need more soldiers to flood that bank over there in Oahu on the Bureau of Conveyance. We need the Pala Pala in front of us to show, the authorities that be, even in legislation, we gotta watch them too because they start changing the narratives in there. The biggest fear we gotta worry about is the real estate markets, the real estate agencies out there that are trying to change the rules of the game. The Bureau of Conveyance holds a lot of your Pala Pala. The archives holds a lot of your Pala Pala. And I can guarantee you, you stay with this process, you're going to show, and you're going to automatically understand and know that you still have an interest that has to do with Pohapai. We're not part of this system. We're not part of the United States of America system. We've always been a part of Pohapai Island, and we need to believe those things, that these things are the remedy, are the redemption for us to go forward and carry on. The protection of EV, the protection of our resources, the protection of our roadways. Basically it's now called a Hawaii Revised Statute 7-1. 1-1 that the agencies are required to make sure that Kuleana rights are not encumbered upon or obstructed. All those rights, they put it in a revised statute of California law, but it still exists in Hawaii Paina. And that's why I like Hui Pono Ike Kanawai, because they do the research to find out that the laws that the legislation and the state of Hawaii operate under, they're operating under kingdom law. They all acknowledge the fact that kingdom law do exist. That's why Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution, it's pampering everybody to say that we have rights in there. But if we don't utilize those rights and push those rights where it belongs, that those rights have to protect us, then it binds the state. It binds the agencies. We should bind even the Office of Hawaiian Affairs for not doing the fiduciary duty by making sure that they provide more funds for the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation. So Healani Sonora Party can get the help that they need for protecting their kuleana and molokai. For all our TIE out there that need assistance from these attorneys that's supposed to be hired to make sure that we protect our interests. OHA now is $1 million corporation, should be providing funds to make sure that our water resources are protected, our EV are protected, our Kija'i that are being locked up and incarcerated are protected. And that's all I just wanted to say to everybody, to Holomoa. and to make sure that, we gotta just do the checkbox list. And the checkbox list is to figure out what they have, which they don't have anything, and what we always have. True for Hawaii the compiler's preface, all the crimes that have been done, all the crimes that have been done to our people needs to stop. So I encourage everybody, look into the Indices Awards, find your kupuna, put those numbers down. Thanks to Oahu Papakilo database, Kipuka database, all those resources that are out there in the archive, put your affidavit together from you, your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, native testimonies, foreign testimonies, the census report of 1869 or 1868 or 1878. You're going to find your kupuna in there. You're going to find all those things in there. Bring life back into your aina. Bring life back into your ohana. There is hope for all of us. We got to stop the colonial genocide of people telling us that we cannot do these things. We can. We can do these things. So mahalo no kako. I
Please
always
stay
try to
online,
end by saying
Kemoku.
that.
Kemoku, stay online.
I just wanted to say that I hope that I would infect everybody with my virus, and I hope to see my email going off on people that looking for redemption.
We're going to let
Mahalo.
people ask you questions. Anybody have a question at this time? Okay, Kemoku, I'm going to move a little bit into our next topic, which is going to be what's going on with OHA. And I wonder if you would go back a little bit and tell us about the historical committee that you were the last chair of. What was its intent and what happened?
Okay. I was the chair for the Native Hawaiian Historic Preservation Council and advisory to the Board of Trustees. The reason why that body was put together because the trustees never like listen to anybody. So they made this committee where the committee was made up of, at that time was about 13 commissioners that was from all over different islands. And our kuleana was to listen to specific concerns. And a lot of concerns that came to us was a lot of iwi kupuna related concern. Especially when I sat on as the chair, Kauai Ha'o Church was the biggest issue that was going on at that time. So the breakdown in communication with the Board of Trustees was, we were the, how would you say, the one that was put under the bus to listen to a lot of these issues and concerns that came from a lot of the Kanaka back then, the Kia'i that was really holding the front line. And all the motions that we basically made to set forward that trustees should look into these matters, that it was a unanimous vote and decision to make sure that we can stop the desecration, those things never happened. Because all our motions never went to the top. So the bottom line, what happened from that is we started looking at some real pilikia in-house kind of dealing of what was happening, yeah. Especially on the issue when it came to, that big dilemma when all of a sudden monies were being spent foolishly by all these trustees. Well, the bottom line is boiled down to they needed to get rid of the Native Hawaiian Historic Preservation Council, and they got rid of us. One of my biggest issues that I tried to set forward was, all the kaka'ako. And if it wasn't because of Lahaina, they would have never got kaka'ako. Yeah, and I'm going to explain to you why. Because when we did the protest over here back in the early 90s, the protest was leali'i. That the state wanted to move in on 500-something acres to build affordable homes, and those lands was Department of Hawaiian lands. So the state wanted to come in and wanted to grab that. Well, a lot of the kupuna from Lahaina, Agumун Keahi, ang Katiama Kaawalo, Etiulu, Kahayali'i, all these kupuna at the time, they stand and hold signs on the side of the road saying, hey, this is our Aina. We're tired of the state coming in and meddling and trying to do all these kinds of things. Well, it happened. All of a sudden, then now the ceded lands case with Keokiki'ili and Charles Kai, which was the petitioners in the case originally, fighting for the fact that the state wanted to control all these lands. Well, Oma took over that case. Now it's no longer Charles Kai and Keokiki'ili. Back in the early 90s, I'm pushing the ceded lands revenues that OA wasn't getting their fair share. Yeah, well, back, remember when Neil Abakami started doing his speech about, hey, how would you like to have, Doc, 1.4 million acres of lands under legislation? What about the Kaulana lands and all these lands? And, you know, that was so historical. But the bottom line, it boiled down to Neil Abercrombie, and I don't know what trustee in there, when they're in Flip Kaka'ako, it was only number 8 in the real estate market, which wasn't worth nothing. It wasn't worth nothing. So I also used to remind the trustees saying that if it wasn't for Lahaina, you guys would have never gotten Kaka'ako. Never gotten Kaka'ako, because the ceded lands revenue started from there. So a lot of things that was happening in the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, being involved in the Native Hawaiian Historic Preservation Council, Antinani used to always say the Historical Council. It really was what it is, and there was never a voice for our Kanaka. Or is only good at providing monies or grants and all these kinds of things for better the condition of Native Hawaiians. But when you ask for money for litigation, yeah, you gotta go through another route. And the route is Native Hawaiian Legal Council or the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation. That's where you gotta find them. And whether or not OHA can provide funds to sluice those funds to the Native Hawaiian Legal Council in order for them to provide services for Kanaka. So in order for maybe like the Kanaka to look for ways on how the bills can be paid, you should go OHA. Ask OHA where the money. Because I remember once upon a time, Sam Kealoha from Molokai, even bailed out two people with $3,000 that came out from the OHA trust fund, and they questioned him for that. And he said, well, I just doing my job. We need more trustees like that is just gonna do their job for the benefit of the Kanaka, especially during times of trouble. I hope I never go way off board for that.
Thank you, Moku. If you haven't heard of the historical committee before, when you read the NAGPRA laws, they list OHA as the organization that will be speaking for Kanaka.
Yeah.
And the historical committee, I believe, was supposed to be that voice, the traditional and traditional practice voice. And this is what happened to the committee that was supposed to be speaking for us, especially on burial rights and protecting iwi kupuna. This is what happened. They dismantled it. They made somebody like Kemoku Kapu not be able to do his job and put forth the motions. I know, I waited for 8 years for a letter, and they passed the motion right away, and I waited 8 years. I never did get that letter from this committee because they would never let it be in existence long enough to do business. Go ahead, Kim.
But the motions never went. But the motions never went where it's supposed to go, and it was right in front of the board of trustees. None of the trustees even got any of our motions. And when we tried to address the issue pertaining to how many motions were submitted, they're all sealed in the drop box. So there is never that how would you say? that department where they take the motions and to turn those motions into actions. It was never there. And for the NAGPRA, you know, with what we've been doing, we said, hey, you know what, if we're a 501c nonprofit organization, that's the only way that NAGPRA is going to recognize Kamaka, then I'm recognized under NAGPRA. A lot of our ohana get signed and recognized on the NAGPRA. So we get correspondence sent to us from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservations or from the office from Washington, D.C. on all these kinds of issues that are pressing, but that's Native Indian issues. And whether or not those Native Indian issues relate to Native Hawaiian issues. And if it does, then we have a voice. But I think that you're right, Claire, that the Native Hawaiian Historic Preservation Council is supposed to be that area where we address those issues pertaining to NAGPRA. But it never came in front of us, especially when the Kauai issue came up, because through NAGPRA, you also got to kick in the federal rules, the federal laws. So, yeah.
I have a question for you. Moku, you said you are a Native Hawaiian organization recognized by the federal government? You represent that? Were you invited to testify last week when the DOI, Senator Schatz's committee on Indian Affairs came to Hawaii? Did they invite you to testify?
Yeah, they sent me an email, and whether or not I had anything to testify on behalf, and you know, I'm sad to say, but because of my issue that we've been dealing with in Maui, I kind of dropped the ball on that. I wasn't able to even go online and even provide any kind of testimony. Yes, they provided information to me from email. I've been always on the link because those issues really are pressing. Trying to follow up and trying to make sure that we cover the bases. I'm one man army, and we need more soldiers that understand the direction and the course that we need to stay. If not, man, things come so overwhelmingly. I'm right now pushing, well, let me see, I get 4 court cases. No, 6. I get 6 court cases, 2 land cases. I have one case that they're charging me for the pipeline issue. They're charging me for civil conspiracy. They're charging me for slander of title, harassment. And that's one case. The other case is I filed a contested case against these developers for desecration and cutting into the Alanui, our roads, without going through public scrutiny. That's in court. I also part of the petition for the Public Utilities Commission on the developers wanting to put in more resources for pending development in town, and they want to up the rates. That's another issue. Then through Kia'i Kauaula, we have some pending issues in front of the judge. Then I have 2 more quiet title land cases up in Mauka that is right now in front of the Supreme Court waiting for the final determination. So I try to be a part of everything that is going on throughout Hawaii, especially the NAGPRA issues. And at the same time, I'm getting information coming from 3 different areas from my attorneys that need information because of my pending cases that we always gotta file our interrogatories. When they file something, we gotta file something back. And my water up in Kaulana, we filed an injunction about the beginning of last month because the land company that owns the surrounding properties turned off our water. That's another issue. So people like to think that, I love doing these kinds of things. No, I don't. I really don't. I hope all this ends. But if we don't press the issue, we don't step forward, we don't do the things that we need to do, because we know that it's lawful and it's promo. But like somebody made a comment, I think it was Connie Law, was saying that these attorneys are hired to lie. And they're going to do whatever they can to get the issue, confusing so they can incarcerate us. But I'm way past that. I love getting arrested. I love pushing the venue. I love putting the mayor on the spot. I love putting the chief of police on the spot if I need to. All these areas of people that are responsible of enforcing our rights, if you're not doing your job, they're not going to come see you. They're going to come see you all. So, I hope I answered your questions. Mahalo, mahalo everybody.
Thank you, Kia Moku. So we moved into our next subject, which is what's going on with OHA. Just to tell you that OHA, in their comments to the rule changes of the NAGPRA, the Native American Graves Repatriation and Protection Act, named themselves as who should be an organization to speak for Kamakakūokalani. I, for one, feel they're doing a really poor job, and as an agency of the state of Hawaii, I do not believe that they should be empowered to speak for a traditional voice in matters that are affected by traditional practices and rights, because they are representing the state of Hawaii. So I have had my own issues with OHA, and that is the Grand Wailea. I'll say it really quick. They had an MOA in 1987 and 88, both to disinter and respectfully reinter Iwi Kupuna. We, the interveners, begged Sylvia Hussey to use that MOA to protect the burials that were reinterred at the time this MOA was being, the same time they were digging out our kupuna, they reinterred and left kupuna there, but did not say anything about it. They did not put them on record. They can go dig them up now and say, oh, inadvertent. So we begged her to please protect these kupuna, and she said, we will, as we always do, to protect Iwi Kupuna. OHA, that's OHA's mandate. Well, she refused to use the legal means that was already there to protect our Iwi Kupuna, and then said that, oh, this MOA is not good anymore. A same MOA situation occurred with Honokahua at the same time, the 87 and 88. And 2 years ago, they used that MOA to do a remodel, an enlargement of the Honokahua Ritz-Carlton. And so to this day, Sylvia has not answered me. If you don't know who she is, she's the CEO of OHA. So it stands Hulu Lindsay, head of the board of trustees, Sylvia Hussey, the CEO, making decisions, the executive decisions. And if you don't know this, there's been a mass exodus of OHA employees, and they have like some 60 positions open right now. They just lost their chief advocate that they hired just about a year ago. Many people were hoping that she would be able to bring OHA back into a place where they would be fighting for us again. I believe compliance department tried to do that at the time Moku was having his fights with the county of Maui and Kaulana, and the known registered burials there, and OHA compliance came out big for them and wrote all kinds of documentation. And so, a year later, Sylvia Hussey brought forth a reorganization plan. In the original reorganization plan, the compliance department was gone. And all of those people who worked there, including Kai Markel and the archaeologists, who had started to speak up for us, had to reapply for their jobs. There was such an outcry from the public that they said, okay, we're not going to take their jobs away. But what they did do is take away their staff and not fill staff positions. So this chief advocate that just left OHA or is no longer working for OHA as of a few weeks ago came to do some house cleaning, and now she is gone after a year, along with the mass exodus of people who worked for OHA. I brought this up to the trustees. They promised me they would answer me. They have not said a word. And they haven't said a word about that MOA. When we brought it up at our Maui meeting a week and a half ago, they said, where is that MOA? Do you have it? And the very first meeting we had with Sylvia Hussey 2 years prior, we gave her the MOA, and her legal department found that MOA, and they pretended like they had never seen it. So this is our OHA. I do not want an OHA that looks like this to be representing the voice of the Kanaka Maoli, if this is the voice that will be protecting our iwi kupuna. And I invite anybody who wants to say something about this. This is my personal opinion, is that they're failing miserably. They cannot use an agency of the state of Hawaii to speak for Kanaka Maoli. Yes, anybody? Thank you. We have agreement. Anybody have any comments or testimony they want to make about Office of Hawaiian Affairs? Yep. Okay. Keep it down.
Oh, what? I have, this is my microphone. I bought it. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Huh? How you guys doing? All right. So, mahalo, thank you for taking the time, because this has been a long conference, and we've been here, and we've been kuka, and everybody getting out what they need to. And, and thanks to Tim, Polly, Claire, and the rest of the group that got together, Antipua. All these guys got together, and they've been working on it on NAGPRA for at least a year. They've been working on what they can do. So that's how we're looking for the solutions. And we also need to understand who we actually going to blame. OHA is number one. So OHA is supposedly supposed to be the voice of the people. But I think they're just the collection. I think they're just a bank for the state of Hawaii. Saying, we gave them to the Hawaiians, but we're going to take them back. So the thing is, we have to understand how OHA operates, like any of the agencies here. So anything that belongs to the state, again, I go back and I reiterate this, belongs to the Native Hawaiian. Every one of them. Yeah? You see the title, what does it say? Yeah, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Native Hawaiian. And if you look, their narrative is Native Hawaiian. What we have to do is we have to make that correction. We have to tell them. So in this past BOT meeting on the island of Maui, I came in front of them and I testified, as Claire did, and I told him, I said, the problem is the narrative Native Hawaiian. I said, in court, it makes a difference what terminologies you use. Okay, because this is what the judge is going to determine, and this is what the attorneys will fight against. So if you give them an advantage to take advantage of you, that is the open door, right? And they take advantage, because then they're gonna cite the state laws. So they're in charge of the state laws, right? They're in charge of the state process, right? So the thing is, if you apply to the terminologies that they use, then they have the right to apply those powers upon you, right? So the word disenfranchise is what it is. And I told him, I said, with the narrative of a native Hawaiian, you disenfranchise me from my natural rights. Because you no longer see me as a living, breathing person. You see me as a corporation. Right? Because we all know that the United States is a corporation. That's why anything you get from anything you get from the federal government or the government agency, they always put your name in capital. The syntax is capital, because that's a non-breathing, living person. When they refer to you in the lower casing, they're talking about the real person. They don't want to talk to that, right? They want to talk to the corporation. So the thing is, but then you have to show them the obligation. So I told Oha, I said, the problem is you calling me a native Hawaiian. And I said, what that does is you don't protect me. You're protecting what is constituted under United States Code 20, 74, 72, or 42, all these ones. And the first definition of a native Hawaiian is a United States citizen. So that means anybody, Kanaka, non-Kanaka, is one native Hawaiian. But they give us the guys, oh, if you pursue being a native Hawaiian, we can protect you. You have to remember when Linda Lingo was governor, she was pushing for that. And all people born in Hawaii was considered a native Hawaiian. So where did she get that from? She got that from the U.S. Code. Right? So when you play in a game, you have to understand all the moves, and you have to understand all the players, and you have to understand all their positions. OHA is nothing more than a way for the state to take the money the feds are giving them. Okay, the money coming from the feds, because the feds are obligated, right? But the state didn't want to put it into the Kanaka's hands. They wanted to keep control of it. So what did they do? Create OHA. Create a narrative, native Hawaiian. Create the entity that can control distributing the money. How many of you have gotten any money from OHA? Raise your hand. How many of you tried to go get a loan? How many of you guys was denied? Almost everybody is denied. You know who got loans? Non-Kanaka. Because when they did an investigation, they said, we never qualify. I said, well, what do you mean? What the heck are you talking about? I don't qualify. I'm Kanaka. You're not native Hawaiian. You're not claiming native Hawaiian. And if you do, I can determine whether or not you're going to get money. But they was giving them away to non-Kanakas or haulis. They was giving away. And that's the investigation Mele Carroll had several years ago. Where's the money? Right? Narrative, native Hawaiian. But then they can determine who gets it. So we're going to play Konami, right? If we're going to play, we got to know the moves. Right now, we're playing checkers. And checkers is not always an easy game to play. You think it is. I played my mother checkers, just for a short story. And I think I'm good, right? So we play, she take all my checkers. So we play the one, she said, okay, we go play giveaway. I still lose. She gave me all her checkers, and she won because the game was giveaway. What I realize is strategy. You think it's an easy game, but it really isn't. And you have to know what actual moves to make and where to put so that your next 3 moves is all determined by you. See? Same thing, right? This is what the state is doing. This is what the federal government is. First, the federal government took the obligation to us, gave it to the state of Hawaii. The state of Hawaii are now playing these other games. Create OHA, create DHHL. And these are all under federal guises. You have to realize they have all federal attachments. Because all the money that they get is federal money. So why they just not tell all the Hawaiians, put your name down and we send you one check every month. Anybody disagree with that? Hey, even if you send me $10, it's $10 more than I never have. But you know it's in the millions. Right? Because OHA guys went what? Oh, they went Super Bowl. They was doing all kinds, they was partying all over, and that's whose money? How many of us could have used them for fix your roof? How many guys could have go pay medical bills, dental bills? No, but they go Super Bowl. They go Super Bowl. They get the golf, get paid all this money, and then they use our money for go Super Bowl. And if they're not going to rally us up, we better start finding something for poke ourselves with. We better start poking our legs, poking our butt, poking something for wake us up and start challenging these guys. But you got to challenge them on what makes them move. Okay? And that's the obligation. It's not a trust, it's an obligation. See, trust is different from an obligation. Right? Trust is, oh yeah, we have this, and we can determine. The federal has an obligation, and I can prove this to you. Income tax. How many of you guys pay income tax? How many of you guys work for the state of Hawaii? Okay, I worked for the state of Hawaii for 28 years. One of my friends told me, hey, we can get an exemption as a native Hawaiian. I said, oh yeah. I said, well, how do you do that? He said, send it. So I did. A couple of months later, denied. He said, but I cannot deny you. Put me back again. And this time I said, yeah, I'm Hawaiian. I exempt. I don't need to pay taxes in my land. And I write them on top of the paper. You know the tax paper, the W-4s? I put them on top. I don't hear nothing for a whole year. Then all of a sudden, I think it was the following year, the first paycheck of the year. I look, and I can bring that copy to you. I get them on my photo. No state, no federal tax. So I told them, I'm now a U.S. citizen. And they gave them. They gave them to me. For the next 3 years, I never paid taxes. I got my full paycheck. I had the federal government call me because I sent all my stuff to the IRS. Sent all my paperwork, said all the paperwork I found, all the federal laws, everything that determined that I was an American. Sent them all to them. I get, not the IRS, I get the Treasury Department call me up. Or send them a letter. Oh, we have to investigate. We want to have a phone hearing with you, and we want to see if what you're saying is frivolous. That's the word, frivolous. Even though they're frivolous, they like to see if you're frivolous. So it's a frivolous game that you play, right? Because they're not real, so they're frivolous. But they like make you not real, so you frivolous, and it's just a frivolous game. So, with that being said, okay, I play the game with you. I tell her, yeah, come here, I'm good. So she called. And this is one Treasury agent. It's not IRS. IRS is not federal. They're just a hired group to collect taxes, old taxes from people. So you gotta remember that IRS is nothing more than a collection agency. Okay? Anybody to deal with law enforcement gonna come from the Treasury Department. So I was talking to the Treasury agent. 6 o'clock in the morning, she called me out. It was 9 o'clock her time. I'm still sleeping. She wake me up. I said, okay. So, Ruthie, you're saying that you're not an American. I want, so can you tell me where you get that? I said, okay, simple. I said, look at 103, 150, whereas 29. Oh, I don't see that. I said, no, I see in my packet. I sent you guys all that. That was just one of the. She goes, so big pause. I'm waiting. All I hear is, oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that. And I said, that ain't my problem. Because I told him when I did them, I never said I know like pay taxes. All I asked the question simple was, show me my obligation. Show me my obligation to pay that tax. Because originally, America never had income tax. Not till the 1930s. Okay, when the banking changed. Prior to that, they never happened to the people like was with the king, that the people had to pay all their money. So they made income tax on income personal property. So if they wanted it, they had to ask you for it. But businesses had to pay. But it changed. So now, so when they asked me, I didn't say I didn't want to pay taxes. I didn't want to be adverse, right? Play the frivolous game. All I say is show me my obligation. Because you're an American. Yeah. No, this is what I was actively employed. I was employed with the state. Because we was going to all this land stuff too. This all spurred from the TMK, from the water rights. Because what I realized, they recognized me as an American. Because when I went for my land tax and I fought that, they said, oh, we're not holding your, we don't claim interest to your land, but you're an American. So by American law, we can tax our citizens. So my fight went from there to fight being considered an American. So now I'm dealing with the feds as far as recognition. So basically he tells me, that the girl tells me, oh, I didn't know that. It's not my fault. Again, prove my obligation. If I'm not an American, then this is her answer. Oh, but you're in America, so you have to pay taxes. I go, if I'm not American, I stay on my Kaulana lands. Where is America? Because even if you look at the resolution, so if you're not familiar with the 1898 Newlands resolution, you got to read them. Because in there is an inventory of supposedly what lands were transferred from the Republic. And it was only your governor, if you're American, or ex-governor, Abercrombie, as one House representative in his federal testimony to the Federal Commission on Resources, he claimed that the United States only claims 1.8 million acres of land. How many acres of land we have in Hawaii? 4 million. So if 1.8 million is in the hands, supposedly, hands of the United States, that leaves us with what? 2.2 million acres. Because they couldn't take our lands. They couldn't take, because the plantationers, who was a republic, wasn't about to transfer lands. And they wasn't about to transfer water rights. They wasn't planning to give anything else but the rubbish that they gave them. And in that testimony, Abercrombie states it. They gave us rubbish lands, lands that was not bankable. Right? So that means, okay? So the thing is, if you look at it, right, you see that what they really have. And you have to take all these things into consideration because you have to place yourself in the right area. And so, you know what I mean? I did go through this. It was all about myself because I wasn't speaking for anybody else. You know, because I don't want the right to do that. I only did what I did as my own trip. I just had to find out whether or not they were saying was true. And wasn't. Because everything they said is frivolous. But if I could arrest them and throw them in jail, I would. Because they was ready for throw me in jail, but they never, I still here, because I am not frivolous. How did I? By their documents. All their documents, all the federal documents claim it. They never changed. From the time the Kauai petition was submitted till today, all documents, federal documents, state that they never changed us. 1959 Admission Act, subsection 19, says they never changed nothing. They couldn't. They did not have the power because your kupuna in the Kauai petition didn't give it. They never gave water rights. They never gave land rights. They never gave nothing. That's why Kaulana Na Pua is the song. Right? They say that's the rock-eating song. They say we rather eat the rocks than become Americans. Right? So all those documents is all posted. And the federal government doesn't deny it. But they're not going to tell you about it. So who we have on? Yeah, I say I'm not. Yeah. Yeah. Mahalo. So with OHA, just a point of view. So when you go to OHA, tell them, I'm not an American, come as a Kanaka, and I'd like to know what happened with my money. And when you guys gonna cut me on check. When you go to the county and they use your water, tell me, when you gonna give me my paycheck? I had all these arguments. They laugh at me. I tell them, when you guys gonna pay me? You guys can't approve you own the water. I told the state the same thing. When you gonna give me my paycheck using my water? You're giving them all to these houses. All these people using them. You make you banking. And they like giving them to the hotels, because why? They're gonna use it for their swimming pools, bathrooms. They're gonna water their fauna, make them all beautiful. And your house, what? Oh, we're gonna charge you $5,000 because we stay on shortage. We're gonna charge you, Kanaka, who own the water. We're gonna charge you $5,000 because you're breaking the law. But really, they're breaking the law because they're taking your right away. So when you talk to them, tell them, prove it. That's all I ask them for do. Simply like they're telling me, right? Prove your position. That's what I say, prove your position. Show me in writing, don't tell me. Walau, nothing. I says, talk. Show me documents, because I can pull out my documents. I show you my LCAs, I show you everything. As of also, she's asking about Zoetermeer and what's going on the island of Kauai. Why the state is allowing these big developments and stuff that's happening. Even though, again, it comes down to what position do you take, right? So when you go in front of these people and testify, I know sometimes you think it's waste time, but what you got to do is go testify. I'm Kanaka, I'm not Native Hawaiian, and if you continue to do this, don't blame me for what happened. If I go take adverse action, I'm warning you, because you're not following the federal guys. You're not respecting who I am. And if you're not, then I take that position in my hand, and I'm going to take care. And if you don't like it, prove it I cannot do it. Right? So that's what comes down to. I don't know if that answers the question. With the Zoetermeer, it started with them hunting for millionaires to come. Because of all the adverse things with the Native Hawaiians, with the Kanaka Maoli, they had to bring people in with money that would shut us up. It was all about money, all about positioning. The tourists, they only want millionaire tourists. They're giving up on the poor tourists. They don't want them because they cannot help them defeat us. So they're bringing in these rich guys. Same thing as Zoetermeer. They're bringing them in and all these other guys to defeat us because they're afraid of us. We're rising. And they got to keep the cap on us. So last question, and we have somebody online.
She's going to be online here. Her
Okay.
video keeps coming.
Okay. I don't like to talk about other organizations. I don't think that's respectful. I don't know the Mānoa, and I don't know what they are under. And for me to speculate is unfair to them. Whether I agree with them or not is a personal thing. But there are other groups, and they believe, so what we have to kind of makala is that they believe they're doing the right thing, right? We may not think they are. But to be respectful and to stay within our culture, I respect them. If they want to have a conversation and we talk about what I know and what they know. I never make it personal, because if you accept what I say, good. If not, I'm good with that too. I mean, because I'm about myself. I take care of myself, and I don't tell anybody what to do. I just say what I did, and if they want to follow that, that's fine. But I have somebody online, so we're going to let them.
It's Carol Lee Kamikona.
Okay, Carol.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I don't know if this is working. Where's your mic? Bottom.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Turn them all the way. Yeah, we can hear you, Carol. Go ahead.
Aloha winala ya kokako, aloha.
Aloha.
So my name is Carol Lee Kamikona, and I live on Maui in Kahului. I wanted to say I mahalo Claire, Pali, Kani, Oren, and everybody else who put this EV conference together for us to come forward and bring forth all the heva that we as Kanaka Maoli are experiencing, Kopai Aina. We've gone through the county, we've gone through the state. Do you think going through the feds will help? I am hoping so. And I mahalo our Native American brother, Tim Mentz, for allowing us to huipu with our Native American ancestors to try and get some remedy for our emotional trauma. I kako'o what Te Moku has said, everything he has said. What I don't agree is, why do we have to constantly prove who we are and fight for what we know is rightfully ours? And they know it too, because they know that in the Ku'e petition, when our kupuna signed, they did not give consent to become a part of this United States. We are an occupied nation. That is what differs us from our Native American brothers and sisters. Yes, we are both indigenous peoples. We do experience many same, similar, egregious acts done upon us by the United States. But our mo'olelo is a little different because we are occupied. Now, if I understand the federal government correctly, they are responsible and the states account to them. The states must follow federal laws. OHA was established by the state of Hawaii from the Constitutional Convention to advocate for Kanaka Maoli, our rights. DHHL, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, was created as a fiduciary duty by the federal government, mandated by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, to advocate for Kanaka. Both those entities, OHA and DHHL, are state entities. How can a state entity fight itself to protect who they're supposed to be protecting? That is something I could never understand. And what I believe needs to be done in all these cases where we as normal citizens have to put up our own monies to fight the county, to fight the state, to fight even the feds. The feds are providing money to these agencies. They need to pay us so we can fight them. We don't need to be using our own monies. I was a part of the, this morning, the talks at Kalamai, because my video's been dropping quite a bit on this. So I heard a little bit about what Claire was talking about with the Grand Wailea. I am one of the 2 recognized lineal descendants from the Maui Lanai Island Burial Council. Myself and the other lineal descendant have always advocated for no more digging. No more digging at all. You have desecrated many of our kupuna just on your small parcel of land. Over 330 acres. 300 of our kupuna. From Ahihikinau, Kionioio, all the way up to Ma'alaya, into the central sand dunes, and all the way to Waihe'e, was the Battle of Kakanilua. Yet they keep telling us, developers, we're not going to find DB, we're not going to find DB. Land is too dry. What the hell? Our kupuna were buried in the pu'one. They were buried in the sand. So how can you say you're not going to find? As a lineal descendant, what I see is hurting us is the lack of standards for archaeologists that are practicing kopai aina. We need rules, we need requirements, we need qualifications, we need oversight for archaeologists and the companies they work for to be held accountable. And we need SHIP to be held accountable. Here on Maui, we have so-called archaeologists that practice who have no certified education. Nothing that says they went to school to learn anything about archaeology, about anatomy, about anything. They were only OJT for a couple of years. OJT, yet they have the right to say what happens with our Evie? Ole. Ole. So as a lineal descendant, I am asking you, Department of Interior and Secretary Haaland, to please put forward qualifications for archaeologists in the state of Hawaii so that everything across the board is accountable. We need them to be held accountable. We need something that says you need to have a master's to provide and write an osteological report. And please take out that word inadvertent. Nothing is inadvertent. We can tell you where our kupuna are, where the iwi of our kupuna are. We can tell you. Nothing is inadvertent. So hemo that word. Kiloi. E kalamai. I have not been in this fight for very long, but in the short time I have, my blood boils. My blood boils that our kupuna constantly have to show themselves in order to stop the heva. And we need to awama that kuleana and provide a peaceful place for them to rest. Mahalo nui for listening to me. And mahalo again to all who have participated and provided this conference for us. Kia kupu ahuiho. Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, where did she go? Where are we now? Where did he go? He wanted to. our young man with the, oh, okay, I know he was waiting to give some mana'o about what happened today. I know he's been waiting patiently. So as soon as he come back, right, we're going to let him talk about what happened today. Claire, is that what's going to happen? You had the,
We're a little off schedule. We've got all the different things, but we have still Tim Mintz is going to talk about what's happening next.
Okay.
With our.
So do you want him to, another one to talk about Kaulana? You want to take some time? He's right here. Okay. Sorry, brother, for making you wait.
I just try to back you up with a few thoughts. You know, I mean, this whole event, right, I'm super appreciative of everybody that made this event happen. But one of my takeaways from this is that our Malama Iwi Kupuna, right, has criminal implications, right? On an international level, right? So we fight the county, we fight the state, right? But they're all operating under the pretense that, hey, my country is not a signatory to the international courts, right? The country says that the state can do what they want within certain parameters, even though they're not, right? They're doing wrong. And then the counties, the permitting process, and then down to the developers. And I feel like that once they know, they cannot not know. One of our good friends, Mr. G, right, taught us how to ku'e, and he kind of opened our mind to this broader idea of what's going on. And I wanted to share something that he wrote for us as a suggestion of something to give to all these levels of the people involved, the developers, the workers that are working on the ground, to let them know that just because they don't know that they're doing something wrong, just because the state said that it's okay for them to do it, or whoever, that it's still illegal and they can still be held liable one day. Aloha. This letter is to inform you that you are participating in the destruction of Hawaiian cultural property and the Hawaiian cultural heritage in violation of the international conventions and international laws. This letter is to explicitly inform you that you have future individual criminal liability under international law for the destruction of Hawaiian cultural property and or Hawaiian cultural heritage. Even if your actions are considered legal under United States laws, as neither a government nor a corporation can indemnify you against individual criminal liability under international law, it is your personal responsibility to seek legal advice from an independent lawyer competent in international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international criminal law. This is especially true if you are a non-U.S. citizen. Any government or corporation legal advice that suggests that you would never have a personal criminal liability under international law because, one, you're a U.S. citizen, two, the U.S. did not ratify the application conventions or statutes, would be knowingly false and misleading. Have been informed you may never proffer a future legal defense that, one, you did not have personal knowledge of possible individual criminal liability under international law for the destruction of Hawaiian cultural property and or Hawaiian cultural heritage. In the spirit of aloha and ho'oponopono, we ask that you cease and desist in the willful destruction of Hawaiian cultural property and cultural heritage. Mahalo nui loa for your kokua. He did add some of the international laws I'd like to share with them. Share them with you guys. All right, the UNESCO Declaration Concerning the International Destruction of Cultural Heritage, Paris, October 17th, 2003, expressing serious concern about the growing number of acts of intentional destruction of cultural heritage, mindful of the development of rules of customary international law as also affirmed by the relevant case law, related to the protection of cultural heritage in peacetime as well as in the event of armed conflict. Subsection 4, protection of cultural heritage when conducting peacetime activities. When conducting peacetime activities, states should take all appropriate measures to conduct them with such a manner as to protect cultural heritage, and in particular, in conformity with the principles and objectives of the 1972 Convention of the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage, of the 1956 Recommendation on International Principles applicable to the archaeological excavations, the 1968 Recommendations concerning the preservation of cultural property endangered by public or private works, the 1972 Recommendations concerning the protection at national level of the cultural and natural heritage, and the 1976 Recommendation concerning the safeguarding and contemporary role of historic areas. Subsection 6, the state responsibility. A state that intentionally destroys or intentionally fails to take appropriate measures to prohibit, prevent, stop, and punish any intentional destruction of cultural heritage of great importance for humanity, whether or not it is inscribed on a list maintained by UNESCO or another international organization, bears the responsibility for such destruction to the extent provided by international law. Here's the important part for our workers. Individual criminal responsibility. States should take all appropriate measures in accordance with international law to establish jurisdiction over and provide effective criminal sanctions against those persons who commit or order to be committed acts of intentional destruction of cultural heritage and great importance for humanity, whether or not it is inscribed on a list maintained by UNESCO or another international organization. There's a bunch more stuff, but it's a violation, plain and simple, and they can be held liable. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Polole. So we're gonna start handing these things out where we go, right? Ku'e. And we hit them from every angle that we possibly can. We hit them from the spiritual side. We hit them from the state laws, all of those provisions that are supposed to be, taken into place on the county level, all those agreements, those 12 agreements, right, that they were supposed to do before they even started putting a shovel to that ground, right?
What about the ones entrusted to protect the places that don't protect the places? Shouldn't they
should be liable too, absolutely. Polole. That's right, that's right. Right. Ayo. Yeah, and I think that's the only point that I wanted to make was that, all of this has political, legal, and, and international ramifications. Auntie. Oh my goodness. Right. The Occupy Hawaii, everybody. That's right. The Occupy Hawaii. Right. What did Brada say? 1.8 million acres, right, to the United States, and on all of those properties, guess what? Get military bases, right? I don't know if I'm not the most qualified person to talk about that, other than, the U.S. military, right? I have respect for a soldier, right? But I'm a soldier as well. Right, I respect what they do for each other and for what they believe in, but not at the expense of what it is that I want to fight for and what I have to protect. My brother in arms, we'd fall on a grenade any day for one another. And yeah. Kue. Mo. We have other stuff to go to. Are we closing? Yeah, absolutely.
Aloha, everybody. I get two special guests in here. Two people running for office that came here to have understanding, to have connection. Junior Tupai and lay soon. If you guys could come up, introduce yourselves to everybody. These are the kind of people we need in office because they can be of change because they're actually here for the people. They've been fighting for a long time outside of this, and now they have the opportunity to get in since everything's opening up. And we need to vote properly. I want to have a good-looking Polynesian brother like this. Look at this. If you know when, he can be model. Here you go.
Aloha. My name is Junior Tupai, and I'm running for lieutenant governor. I just came here just to listen and just to learn. I didn't expect to say anything, but currently I'm a senior pastor of a local church in the Big Island, but been for the past 8 months been using the Hawaii State Constitution, United States Constitution, to teach constitutional rights against people to come against government overreach with small businesses, churches, everywhere. And about 4 months in, another pastor asked me to run for office, and I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. That's not me. But he said, no, pray about it, Pastor. So I prayed about it. Long story short, I'm running. And just very briefly, from the Declaration of Independence, it says, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them to another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal stations to which the laws of nature and nature's God have entitled them. In essence, what that spirit of that document meant was that everything they do in word and in deed should be led by the word of God and by the Spirit of God. That's the only way that stuff can function. And the people in government right now don't understand that concept. So for me as a pastor, I saw this and I was like, you know what? That's a cause I can get involved with. You know, that is not about a party or about a government, but it's about righteousness. You look at the state motto, O Mau Ke'eo Ka'aine Kapono, the life of the land is perpetuated in that righteousness. And for me as a pastor, that aspect is I know it's not in meat or in drink, but in righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. So for me to come in that righteous standpoint, I can only see a certain bend. Maybe it's a part of a process to bring remedy for something greater, whatever that is. I don't know, but God knows. So for me to be obedient to that grace in this season, I can do it. And so when I looked at that, well, how does that look? You know, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men, vaccinated and unvaccinated, are created equal. Japanese, Samoan, Hawaiian, Tonga, Filipino, whatever it is, they've been endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these rights are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure those rights, governments, whatever that iteration may be, is instituted among men, deriving their just power, not just powers, but it has to be just, from the consent, from the permission, from the authority of the people. So how does that look? I use the document, Hawaii State Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. All political power of this state is inherent in the people, and the responsibility for the exercise thereof rests with the people. Does not rest with the governor, the lieutenant governor, the 4 county mayors, the attorney general, or the legislative branch, the senators, the representatives. It rests with the people. And until the people rise up and move in their God-given unalienable rights, not from governments, but from God, what's happening now is still going to keep happening. So for me as a pastor, I saw this and said, you know what? Whatever bend of the road this is, I'll be obedient to that call. And that's the bottom line. That's the reason why I'm running. And I don't know all the answers, but I know God does. So for me, just be obedient to whatever part that is. I might be the ear, someone else might be the eye, someone else might be the toe. But we all add our own ike, our own part of the puzzle, and let God figure out the rest. So thank you guys so much. Junior Tupai. Yeah. Thank you for sharing your space with me. And yes, please.
To advocate for Kanaka rights with the federal government, NAGPRA, and
Right.
state government.
So for me, practically speaking, yeah. So I mean, you got what, 28,000 people on the list waiting to get off, you know, into Hawaiian homesteads. A lot of I pastor a church in Panaeva, in the Big Island. And a lot of the kupuna tell me, they said, Junior, they're like, Pastor, we get off the list, but we come into the turnkey houses, we can't even afford the house. So they're just crossing our names off the list, but we're not even getting any remedy. How are you going to solve that? I said, to me, I believe these kind of dialogues, these people have the answer. What you guys are talking about here, the solution is here. But here it is. Where are the other people that are in government to actually have the dialogue? Where are they to actually listen? Because that's why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. That's why I told you guys earlier, I didn't come here to talk. I came here actually to learn. I came here to listen, yeah. I talked to Kupuna over there in Molokai too. They said the same thing. They said, Junior, Abercrombie promised the same stuff. He didn't do it. Ige promised the same stuff. He didn't do it. Green's promised the same stuff. He's not going to do it. I said, I'm not a politician. I had a Kupuna tell me early on, don't promise anything you can't keep, Junior. So I'm not going to promise everything. What I do promise is that I'll come here and listen. And the stuff that we can come together and have a meeting of the minds and actually gain remedy, that in the end, I'm not a leader going in. I'm a servant. So I was a coach for football at Hilo High. I was an instructor for Youth Challenge, the at-risk youth program for 14 cycles. I was pastor, lieutenant governor. It's just a title that serves a jurisdiction that I'm serving with a bigger broom or a bigger shovel to serve more people. That's it. So that's why I just come here and listen. That's it.
Thank you. Mahalo, mahalo. Hey, come back when you have the actual boots on the ground, what you going to do for us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that... I'm sorry, we skipped the testifier. Palikapu Deadman had something to testify to. And this is about.
I'm gonna talk about Oha.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You know what? When we was Kaulana trying to stop the bombing, and then we ended up in litigation with some good holy attorneys. We don't have Kanaka attorneys at that time, but we did fight against the bombing and then ended up winning because the Navy never do an EIS before they started bombing. It's their own law. So the lawyers caught them at their own law, and they had to stop and check out everything that an EIS said you got to do before you could bomb. So the creation of OHA came because the Kanakas, or the leaders, at that time was George Helm, at that time with the holy attorneys, legal aid, all those people, came up with the law of the EIS. So the Navy got stuck, the state got scared and said, if we're gonna get smart Kanakas gonna put us in court, we better create another organization that we go work with that we can make. So we went, PKO at that time, to the Capitol, and we were in protest downtown at the Capitol of the creation of OHA. Not knowing later on, a lot of members were going to run for OHA. Anyway, we knew that they were going to make something up as Danny Noy time, and it was coming because of NAGPRA. NAGPRA, the federal law looking at recognition of the American Indians, and they're the ones who are pushing for NAGPRA to be created, right? So that the EV and their rights and all of that could be looked at again through federal creation of NAGPRA, the protection of burials and the repatriation. So they created OHA because the feds had us down, Hawaiians, as orgs. So you gotta apply, you still today, and I did, register to the Federal Department of Interior as a Native Hawaiian org. So when I looked it up, whoa, there was 100-something orgs of Hawaiians, Kanakas, before me. Because you gotta write down what kind of org you are. So when I look at them, oh, the Hawaiians was there, way ahead. That tourist kind, you know, you can be one Hawaiian member and the whole bunch not Hawaiians. That's the kind orgs can get. So there was all kinds, tourists, language, hula, everybody applying to get recognized by the feds. So what OHA did and the state of Hawaii, they create one legislation, send it to the feds and tell the feds that the state only recognizes them. For the feds to recognize only OHA, the one that made one bill to say that they are the Hawaiian org. So OHA became the org, us just became one list of orgs. They don't talk to us. They would talk to OHA. So OHA ended up doing everything Hawaiian, if you notice, not your organization. So when it came to the burial part, OHA's participation was retrieve. That's all you see in the paper now on the news is the Kanaka going over to England, France, wherever, and retrieve Eevee that they get in their museums. But nothing about preservation in place. It's all about bringing them back. Hey, bringing them back's no problem, but what about digging them up? That's the problem. How come we don't stop them from digging them up? But we put plenty of publicity about us bringing them back. Bringing them back.
He's resting. That's okay.
Hey, anybody can bring them back. But what about stopping them? So that's the problem we've had, that OHA is the Hawaiian organization registered that they're going to recognize. Wait a minute now. Here's a twist to me. When they was reading the regs and definition of NAGPRA, the American Indians are recognized as a tribe. And when you think about it, they're already there as a tribe. They're not one org. So you get Navajo, you get Lakota, you get all these Indians from the East Coast to the West Coast recognized as Indians, just as it is. But what is OHA? OHA is everybody. Hey, everybody in Hawaii can vote for OHA, right? Everybody can run for OHA, right? But try to do that to an Indian. No way. They're going to let one Kepani or Filipino or Portuguese be their chief.
I need somebody to write on the board.
They ask, hey, who's your chief? Oh, Ige. Ige. That's the truth. So look at the stationery. DHHL. Ige. OHA. Ige. He's on top of everybody's stationery. I think that stop. Sure, because we don't have a voice. So the voice is the state of Hawaii. So they would never let the state of North Dakota create their own Indian tribe, general public, because it's there already. But for Hawaiians, we're going to make our own. And that was OHA. So that's the thing I hated about, that OHA is everybody. Anybody can be my chief now. Any nationality can vote for who they like. So it's not, I mean, come on. Why is OHA not understanding how they were created and why they were created and what problems they have done with that creation? Tell you, man, it's really sad that we get stuck with this made-up thing. Maybe we're the last star on the flag. We make up our own rules. But all the other 49 already get their tribes. We Hawaiians are not tribes, not looked at as tribes, not notified as native Indian or whatever tribe they name. We just an org, man.
What's up?
That's all you are. You're an org to the feds. That's a definition that they have identifying me. We are just an organization. We're not even recognized as a native Hawaiian to the state of Hawaii. We're just an organization. See how flake? That's how it is. And even them in OHA don't know why and how they were created. And they sit there and play this real attitude about being somebody. And they ain't nobody. So what happens? Here's the problem with the burial. We raise hell so much with the burial at Honokahua. Honokahua had over 1,000 bodies we stopped. We're going, hey, where's OHA on this? Oh, they won't sign one MOU because they're the org. Okay? They signed one MOU. And we don't have burial law yet. We don't have any burial laws in Hawaii. You buy property, get one burial, you own the burial. Until we raised hell at Honokahua, then they started going, make Edo, can own somebody's burial. So they go, okay, we're going to make burial council. That's another maze the Hawaiian got to go through and try to see if they can get yes or no. But they don't more power because their father is Shipti. So Shipti overruled the decisions of the burial council because they don't more that kind of power to do laws. They can only make opinions. And opinions can be kicked out the door by by Shifty. So what Shifty do is saying, oh, you know, the barrel count, blah, 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 blah. Well, go to Oha. Oha go, yeah, we get them. We're the Hawaiian group. We go sign an MOU. We go sign an MOA. And next thing you know, 1,200 bodies get dig up with the permission of Oha. That's Honokahua. Okay? So when we started to think about that, going, hey, what are we going to do? Let's go take them to the state. Where are you going to turn? The governor from the top approved of digging that up. Oha approved. Shifty approved. The county department approved. Bro, you know what change? Everybody want to approve the digging. So I said, so all we got left? Protest. That's it. So we all get together, PKO, Protect All of Ohana at that time. I'm a member, so I get to raise hell a little bit and say, listen, desecration is desecration. You mean to tell me you need one bomb from an airplane or one bomb from one ship to show desecration? What about one backhoe? What about one bulldozer? That's not desecration when they use that. So we go Honokahua. We go protest. Everybody breathing. I said, come on, man. Us guys is the consciousness of activism. Then let's go Maui, bro. Let's go Kapalua. Let's go stop this. This is PKO's calling. If you really PKO, show up. Boom! Everybody came to Honokahua. All the islands came to Maui. That's all we get left is protests. And of course, our Hawaiian insurance. Karma. That's it. That's it. No more law against, what do you call that? Not threats, but karma or whatever. So that's all we get that in protest. Hey, so we went there to protest. We chased all our workers out. The cops came. We stayed inside inside with the barrels. Looked like Indiana Jones. Boy, all diggings and squares and tarps. Hey, we go inside there. We slept inside there. We slept with the kupunas. Protest a weekend. No can dig no more. And what the OHA hired, or the state hired Rosendahl, he hires as many people as he can right before we came because he heard going to get one stop there. We're going to protest. So they try to dig as much people up as possible to try to complete his contract. Well, when we came, it was 1,200 bodies. Take care, sure.
I love you, sir.
Yeah. So I had 1,200 bodies. We came and we stopped them, right? And we felt pretty good about stopping them. But what did they do to counter that? But here's what happened. We all sat around the burial area. All our islands, Kauai, Maui, Molokai, us guys, everybody in a circle on their own little gathering, come up with solution. You all come up. Then when everybody gets 2 hours, after 2 hours, you come together and let's bring up our ideas, what we're going to do. Because we stop them at Honokahua, where else we got to stop them? We go to the state capitol. 2 days before Christmas, we all show up at the capitol. Members of the Ohana went into the capitol and said, hey, you can leave the bathrooms open overnight. We're going to come and camp on the grounds, and we're going to protest this whole thing about digging at Honokahua on Maui. They said, yeah, we can leave the bathroom open. The word goes out, hey, we camping, we get lure, everybody's ready, yeah. We come from Big Island. Oh, we pound the shoreline, bring in all the fish. But we're going to go fry them before we brought them. So we don't know what the setup was. But we brought our poi, we brought our fish, and every island who came was all at the Kaulana gang, all on the lawns, sitting down. Across the street, Waihe's house. Right across, right? So we stay looking. He had one Christmas ball, was 2 days before Christmas. So there was a big pile of people at his house. And us guys stay outside, screaming, whistling, and cars honking horns, making big noise. We're walking in front of his house and in front of the state all day. Okay, we started at 12 o'clock. Okay, come 6 o'clock news, people coming down, the news people. Oh, what's going on? Filming everything we're doing. 10 o'clock news, people started coming down and camping with us. Or all coming down now. Brothers coming down. Hey, I'm standing at the Holy One sign. One black limousine pull up. Whoop. Brother step out. Boxes of hamburger. From McDonald's. Here, you guys, we get plenty of food, but people was starting to see it on the news. So it was spreading that we were protesting the digging of our EV. Next thing you know, there's hundreds of people, and there was only 20, 30 at the beginning. Now it built up to hundreds. And every hour at night was the pool blow and chanting on the lele we built for our past, our ancestors, the dead. So they had certain chants for that. So the chanter at that time was poor, but she got a chant every hour. But by 10 o'clock, more kumuhulas came down and took over. So everybody had their own hour for chant. By the next, because it was going 12 to 12. So after the 10 o'clock news, by the time came all around to the next morning, thousands of Hawaiians came. The place was packed, okay? So we still protesting the governor. You the guy gotta stop him. So we're protesting him. So before it comes to 12 o'clock, before we pow, was a 24-hour vigil. We see Wahe coming across the street, walking toward us. So we end up going upstairs. There was about 6 of us guys. We go upstairs to his office, sit down. He look at us. I thought, bro, you gotta stop it, man. And everybody looking at him. Then he starts crying. Wahe, he don't know what to do. He's so emotional. He started crying, so we look at him a little while, let him do his crying, and then we stop. Bro, I don't care what. You gotta stop this digging. And you know why he was so hurt about stopping them? He had to renege on the permit $6 million, taxpayer money. He gotta pay the developer because we didn't pull away his permit. So he's saying how expensive it is. Not on our EV, bro. You don't can put on price on EV. Okay. So anyway, that one happened. Then we all go back downstairs, hug and shake hands, go back downstairs and tell all 1,000 people, hey, pow. Oh, everybody started jumping, screaming. That's all on video now. That's all on a video called Who Will Save the Bones by Kamakakūokalani. They were there to film the whole thing. If you get one chance to go on Kamakakūokalani, look at the YouTube, and there was people here in this room that was there. Lay was there, I believe. You got a picture of you chanting in that protest. And the guys marching. I see you guys in the protest. I tell you, everybody came out. The Hawaiians, they cared for what we was doing. So it was a success, man. And what the state had to do after that was to make a law that if you buy the property, you can dig them up. You have to go and do this. So they made the this. And the this was Borough Council. Now we get on place to dialogue before you dig. We get on place to deal with your digging because we didn't have that before. So that standing up Hawaiians made a big difference. Now we got borough councils. The problem with that is they still run it, Shipti, the state, because it's under Shipti, the state. So everything that's going underneath is them. You know what the big problem is? When you make rules for Hawaiians, how come you don't call Hawaiian? Huh? You stay in the back room with your attorneys sitting around drafting up rules that we gotta follow or not gonna work. So that's why our burial council and all this burial treatment that Shipti is in charge of start failing. Because that's what it was. Pacify the Hawaiian, make them feel good, then slowly kick them out. So that's the name of the game. Not a burial council. It's just full of ego Hawaiians that think they know more about burials, sitting on one panel because they're on an ego trip. That's it. It's about them, not about our tutus. So why don't they wise up, all these brothers and sisters sitting as commissioners, and I look at them and go, why I gotta ask you for take care of my EV? Who you? You will fill in this fake box, sit in these fake chairs, and think you're really doing something. No, you've accepted this crap box that we never create. We got nothing to say about it. You just went, okay, I go. Okay, I go. Okay, I run for OHA. Okay, nobody knows what they created. Why are we reacting to that bullshit? Why? Because we're good citizens? It was created for us to fail. It's a pacifier for us to be okay. But it's not okay. So I feel that the people of the Borough Council should all boycott the Borough Council because the Borough Council is a permitting avenue for development. You don't can develop without their permission. Even if they say no, OHA going to say yeah. All the time. So I just like to say how screwed up OHA is. And it's sad that the Kanakas in OHA think they're doing good, but they don't do their homework about why they're really there and how phony it is because it's all their creation. You know, besides talking about the kingdom and the big government, what about all these doors we got to live by before that can happen? And when they're going to come by and tell you, okay, brother, I'm sorry. Here's back Hawaii. We're going to grab Pearl Harbor and Hickam, and we're going home. Shit, come on. That could never happen. All we get left is to take care of what little we get left and our integrity about our tutus and hope our kids get this space that we saved for them to be Kanaka in. Because the rest of that stuff not going to come back. We just got to reach out right now and grab what get and power that thing, or else we're not going to get nothing. We're not supposed to have anything. That's just how it is. And I don't need to go to school or become a professor or a teacher to know that, man. It's so common sense that you see how it is and why we still get problems and why Hawaiian work for departments that create problems. Because we can think for ourselves already. We're so vulnerable, you know. And why are we vulnerable? Just passed down a couple 100 years of trauma. Try. You don't even know it anymore. The kid don't know it's in him already, that trauma. That's why when you get a certain age, I can drug, I can drink. Why? I think I was supposed to. Well, the inside, not the way it's supposed to be. Who would do this? And then you mock it going, damn, I never accomplished what I was supposed to do. So, Keiki, your turn. Hey, I don't like pass down trauma to my children, to your Mokupunas. Fix them. Fix them. Let them know you're trying to fix them. So when they stuck with it, they know what to do, not be stuck and look back and you not do nothing. I don't like compound that problem. We got to hammer layers and layers and layers of bullshit documentation. Hammer, hammer, hammer. If not, we'll be so high, Kekis no can live from no more. We got to do something. And if you want Kanaka in this world, bro, it's only a one shot deal. You know more two time. You know more chance after this. And nothing wrong, bro, for standing up in your own house, being who you are. Nothing. No shame, no scared, just be who you are. And you know what? Number one Hawaiian word for odds. I like to know what the Hawaiian word for odds. So you know can use that on me. I don't care if I'm the last Kanaka on this earth, I'm going to be one. Not yours, I'm going to be me. And I think that's how we got to be. And just think the values and all that. Yeah, I think we can chew gum and walk. We know how. So I can play your Western world, but you know, can go chip at the foundation. You know, I'll wear Speedos. I'll go McDonald's. But that's as far, bro. When it goes underneath, you know, touch already. That's my foundation is who I am in this modern world. And I don't mind tell you and you, because we're so full of migrant babies. Sorry. I went to school with you, I went army with you, I defend the country with you, but you come home and make legislation and laws that depletes who I am. Why do you belittle me, brother? We never play football. Huh? You don't know me now. And that's the way it is. Who's our problem? Our own neighbors who play in legislation, make rules and regs for money, and use me as a prop in the same time. So when do we say, hey, Kazu, hey, Pasquale, hey, Mr. Lee, when do we say, hey, you guys, you're not going to kukua me? Every time I'm fighting and hurting, I stay by myself. But when I go overseas in the army and somebody tell me, hey, bro, look your homeboy over there. I look, hey, that's in Japanese. But I don't tell her how they that. I go, hey, bro, where you from? Oh, hey, you go hang with us, eh? You're the new guy, kid. Hang with us. Always we Hawaiians embrace everybody that came to Hawaii overseas. In the army, in the war, where they shoot bullets, we grab each other. We come home, I get finger. What the hell, bro? So I cannot make comment to that. I cannot voice my opinion of what you're doing to me. And yet, wheels together. I never tell people and all up, oh, I thought my homeboy, bro. He Japanese, or he Filipino, or he Portuguese. I never do that, bro. We together. You scrap one. I hit one Japanese in the military when I was there. Us guys. 30 lickets. Nobody in the army touch us guys. Hawaiian boys, the Hawaiian brothers, the gang, they love us because they know we don't fool around. And we don't criticize race. But when I come home, wow, big separation. That's sad, you know. We're watching us as we're going in life. And then you like say, and then you realize, I thought it was with me. I thought there was, but you by yourself. They're part of construction. They're waiting with the hammer and the jack and the backhoe for you to move out of the way. They're like Digo there. And you look at them, hey, you from Farrington, eh? You say, you in school with me, eh? You don't know the Hawaiian problem. You live in Hawaii, no more problem. Hawaiians are okay. I gotta eat, bro. I gotta live. I don't like be racial proud, but you don't like go home. Huh? You're not proud. You proud. You go home and show pride. You no hide, bro. You no come over here hide, because you get place for go. You know why I say that? I no more place for go. Where are you going? Get an extra Kanak Island floating around out there. Get extra Kanakas going, hey, bro, take my place. No more. But they all get big kind continent they come from. They can always go home and blend in. No excuse. But they stay over here blending in with each other. And we as Hawaiians, I think we're only going to sing songs and look Kanaka. That's about it. We no can go practice, we no can go protect, we no can pick la'au, we no can show our connection to the aina, to our children, because now, no more. Hey, like dance hula, fine. You like talk Hawaiian, fine. Check over the lock gate and chant. I like see the lock open. Come here. You like dance hula by the lock, I like see them open. Come here. Jam, bro. No open. How much Hawaiian I need for open that lock? See? So you think about what is real and what is so-called a facade or glitter. That's what Hawaii is, man. Us hiding under the glitter, trying to survive. Hawaii is about everybody else but us. So, you know, I don't care, like I said, if you're the last Kanaka on this earth, be one. No shame. Tell them. Funny how they make that kind. Oh, the census show Kanaka's bloodline. Oh, the baga little bit going down. Oh, to do that to one bird. Oh, the bird going down. Oh, make law, quick. Protect endangered species. Oh, what? Give them habitat. Oh, give them habitat. Phew, boy, we were better off on bird. Think about it. They would take care of us if it was on snail even. Right? You think. Logical thinking about really. Let me flush the Hawaiian with frustration. He might not go there. Let him be diverted to think of something else. He won't go there. They don't like us go there. You know, they don't like us be who we are. We're going, I think we was put on earth like every other race. We get purpose. How come you killing me and my purpose? Why I no count? You got to hammer all that and say, I do, I do, I do. No matter what, conversation, you don't really get loud. You know, I talk loud sometimes. You know, after 30 years from the back row, you got to talk loud. We in the back row for 30 years, activists. So you got to yell, no more microphone. So you come up, express, maybe you sound loud. Now you know why. That's the kind of predicaments. Throughout the years, you start picking all those little things up, you know, all these little fragments, start putting yourself back in, piece by piece. That's how hard. Grandma guys raising, never say for fight like that. Grandma guys will tell you the importance of what you're doing. Fighting for that come automatic. They don't even tell you, oh, you know what, you better do this. No, this is what you use. This is how you take care. This is what feeds you. This is how you take care. Never talk about fighting government. That's you gotta do that. They will tell you how to connect to everything. You gotta protect that connection. So, I don't know why I never hear this growing up in class.
Solidarity, brother.
Sure.
Solidarity.
This is the old gang.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the feeling. It's a feeling we had back then. You know, we used to always say, "Oh, when the uha hit the ground, brother," that was our ways. And standing up to confrontation was our ways. You know, lucky part about being Big Island, the cops know you. The enforcement know who you are. The enforcement know your family. And sometimes they are your family.
Absolutely.
So the respect you get for being one Kanaka activist, they love that. They love that because they no can do that. They like doing, but they no can feed their kids. They no can pay the rent. So they stand back with a sword.
Yeah.
And I have to understand. So they don't like Hanaino. So what happens to me on the Big Island, they bring in other enforcement from someplace else. So all of a sudden you see cops from I don't know where. And the police station cop who you know asks you, hey, who that? I don't know. They don't know. So that's how it gets now. You know when they say the squeaky wheel get the grease, that's the same thing about being a loud mouth for your Kanakanism. And the grease can be the cops. That's funny. Yesterday we marched to Kwai Hau Church with the children's issue.
Yeah.
Then we met Kenneth Makukane over there. He's from Big Island. I know the guy. So when we got there, he came and gave us a little talk. And we came because of the EV that Kalai guys was fighting. So when we got there, he came and gave us for the EV.
What is that?
Oh, anyway, the EV in the basement. So they know why we marched there. That EV been there for years with a lot of grumbling. But they look who grumbling. Small kind. Small kind. It's not the principle anymore. It's whoever coming. Not, bro, what do you do? You know what Hawaiian? What do you do? Oh, we take. Well, you know, it was on burial site before the church came. How you know? Well, the Eevee underneath the Kanaka with the shoes. You dig them up. Kanaka had shoes, eh? Yeah. You ain't go more deep, had Kanaka with no shoes. So what they tell you? Traditional here, westernized up here. So if you're going to touch the bottom one, to look for traditional people, no bring the guy with the white collar. They move them. They're known for move Eevee. They're known for that. So why are you in charge of Eevee when you're the guy who move them all the time? So that's the story about that. Then what will happen this morning? Somebody come tell me that they made a decision, the church, on the Eevee this morning.
Yep.
Tell them this morning.
Oh, you guys heard about that, huh? They're going to reinter all those almost 800 Naivi kupuna that has been sitting in the basement of the Kauai Ha'o Church for over 12 years. More than that, I'm sure. 12 years, though. And, gee, what do you think about that?
To me,
Heva.
yes, Heva, but the power of us showing up in their face.
Yesterday.
The day before they make the decision.
Yeah. Must have helped.
I feel strong about, we brought the uhane with us to
Polole.
make the twist.
Polole. Mahalo.
The uhane made the twist.
Yeah, yeah. What we did yesterday must have helped.
So our march was a success. Thank you.
This whole conference.
You just wanted to sit down next to me.
And I wanted to say something about the cops. It's true that some of them are kanakamaoli. So you know what we do? We give them lays, we give them food. We tell them, sure, hang around, man. They stand there with their guns. I tell them, what you need guns for? We no more guns? How come?
Okay.
Really? Oh. Next time I gotta bring my gun. But anyway, yeah, we treat them like that. Make them feel bad.
What?
You can introduce them.
Yeah. Would you like to talk?
Maybe a little bit. Test. Aloha. Brother called me out in 3 separate occasions in an inadvertent way. My name is Lei Nihil, and I have some thoughts on a few things that was shared over the last 3 days. But I think I'll start with our Honokahua protest of 1989. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That campaign was called Stop the Digging, Not One More Iwi Kupuna. And that was the first time of all our struggles, next to Kaho'olawe in the early days, that we had like close to almost 10,000 people down on the grounds, chanting and praying every hour on the hour. Pretty much that set the model for a lot of protests along the way from 1989 to present of how we conduct ourselves at protests. And just to give you some historical context to that, it was a very mournful period for most of us to finally feel the violation that just kind of teared across the soul of many of us. Because unbeknownst to us, and I was in my much younger years, not well traveled in the neighbor islands, to have known that this kind of destruction was taking place for the most part of my life right up until then. My involvement actually started with this Stop the Bombing, wouldn't you know? First a couple unsuccessful illegal accesses before we could make it a legal access and actually land, but never ended up in any arrests, and that's where much of this garden here, we met with Uncle Harry Kunihi Mitchell, who became our cultural advisor. He was talking about the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I think I had distrust from when I first became a sophomore here at the University of Hawaii. For some reason, they had not really explained what they were coming about. And still, I hold that distrust for not only the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, but the state of Hawaii's government. We basically have no trust or no confidence in the way government has addressed our issues. And I think that's why a lot of us did not participate in electoral votes to a great extent to our demise is that all the other ethnicities took advantage of our lack of participation in the very gameplay that we should have been participating. But that would mean I would have to declare some form of being an American. I pretty much became a non-American once I started to study Hawaiian language, and then I learned about my genealogy and things like that. So pretty much from 1980, if not sooner, I've never declared myself as an American, but as a Kanaka Maoli. And those who run office, like this gentleman here, they can do what they can at the most, but the final act of what they can and cannot do comes when they have to swear in on the United States, State of Hawaii Constitution. Everybody has to swear in. Unless you're one candidate that's going to hold down the I'm not an American, I'm a Kanaka Maoli, and not show up on swear-in day, I don't know if that means that they cannot fulfill their function of office if they've been elected. Do we know that? We don't. Yeah. But more than likely, you have to swear in. So it would be fun if one of us ran and decided not to swear in, but does that mean by all the votes, say I amassed 30,000 voters, does that mean I cannot do my office function? So we have a lot of candidates coming up. I'm a citizen of Kalahui, Hawaii, and a member of the Kalahui, Hawaii Komiki Kalai Aina, which is more like political education and awareness things that we do. A lot of us have strong opinions. Today, we are mailing out to all the candidates of office several questions. It's a survey, and it will be printed in the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Kawaiʻola o Oha newspaper called Kohopono. We've managed on our own for the last few years to amass funding so you can vote with your consciousness, especially on issues that we are very concerned about, how the legislature, senators have voted on the issues. It's not a survey of yes or no. It is a survey that goes out, and we have a few people who stringently go through all the bills and all the legislative practices. So we've had a few legislators that tell us, oh yeah, I support you, but their action on how they voted on the bill was different. So we don't take their word, we take how they moved on the action of the bill. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Kawaiʻola o Oha, look for the Kalahui Kohopono. Okay, it should educate you on the specific issues that we are wanting to know how the candidates fare. So A means they voted for our interests, and the other guys is they got reservations. Now, if you vote with reservations, that pretty much leans towards they are voting for the interests that are against us, okay? If it's not A, it's everything else. Okay, so on Monday, I thought one strategy I did see come out of the dialogue was the NAGPRA, where Pali and Nani and all those people who came here were supposed to get into a strategy group to review those NAGPRA rules and regulations. So hopefully they pull it together because there's NAGPRA rules in there. I remember Deb Hanlon came in 1991. Much of us lined up to give testimony there at the Bishop Museum regarding the disinterment of not just Honokahua, but a disinterment across the islands that we were not aware of. So NAGPRA is in dire need of some changes. Our brothers and sisters who have reevaluated those rules and regulations found out recently that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs intercepted the plan. Intercepted that plan because they have identified, until just now, I've just learned that Native Hawaiian is, organizations, you gotta be registered, right? But OHA is the one. So, my thought to you is, if you come up in a testimony before the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, a couple of things you need to declare is, you are Kanaka Maoli, okay? You're not American citizen. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs, even though it has Hawaiian representation, does not necessarily represent the unified voice of Hawaiians. And you, as a lineal descendant of these islands, something that pertinent negatives, right? You have to negate their position in such a way to make your position a clear format. I don't know if they have strategies like this, but this is what you got to, I think you should do. I would make all those declarations right up, because that way, and be sure you say, I would like it to be entered into the record, put in the record, on the record, and you'd like to see a copy of that in the record, because they say yes, 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 but none of it's there, okay? So when you go to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs or state legislature to make any kind of testimony, you need to give some kind of pertinent negative. Also, they are willing to identify you as big H Native Hawaiian or small h Native Hawaiian. Honestly, there is this thing, I cannot understand why you get Native Hawaiian with big capital letters and you get Native Hawaiian with small caps. They do infer one of two things. You are a federally recognized tribe or you are a U.S. citizen. Both of those terms. Oh, no, Kaulana was a sham, and even though it was put out by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, because it was put out through them, they used to be on top of their newsletter, was a newsletter back in the day, they used to put out 80,000 copies, right? But that meant that number was the number that they had used as to say, these many voices have spoken in support of many of the OHA issues that you had no awareness of. So if you are coming before OHA or any state or any city and county, any official capacity, you have to put forward a pertinent negative. If you are declaring that you are not Hawaiian, I mean, you're not American, you have Hawaiian ancestry, not Native Hawaiian, big caps, small caps, okay? We have no choice. We're falling into that game. Well, that's the one that, well, that's tactic right now. So a lot of tactics need dialogue and more strategic discussion, which we're talking. But some of us are voting in the Office of Hawaiian Affairs because, whoa, they're going for millions of dollars right now. And they're declaring the reason they're going for that because they have our interests at heart. Whether you vote or not vote, it's hard because they have made it for the general public to be involved in this process. So either way, it's not much. It might be even just a tokenism on your part to make your stance clear. It's how you have to decide. We're just trying to find out which candidates come along closest, aligned to what is our interests that are going to be in. I never vote for 20 years, but now that I'm part of the Komiki Kalai Aina, we're working very hard to have you, those who do vote, at least 80,000 on the OHA list are voting, then those are the people we have to reach and have them vote with their consciousness. That would be, because we're educational process, political education awareness. Oh, and one last thing, Brother here, okay, during the geothermal struggle back, what's that, 1988, 89? Yeah. 89. Okay, last note was the geothermal, stop the geothermal back then, which Brother had won back in 2010, 2012? No, never win that yet.
Really, in the
80s. Yeah, well, I forgot how that went. OHA took over, that's one. There was 400 plus arrests or more. 400 plus arrests on that one. And that took a long court case to do. Compared to the 38 arrests, many of those who did get arrested were unknown on Mauna Kea. I don't know who they were, most of them. Just goes to show that from 1988, maybe earlier, or 1991, I can't remember those years, used to be $25 for your bail. But in 2019, it was now $250 to bail out your colleague. So when I was working in the 80s, I figured how many people are going to bail out, right? Now I got to strategically think, who can I bail out at $250? So again, I'm in that situation. Anyway, that was just some highlights. I hope we get some more strategy, dialogue going on. The only one I know of was the NAGPRA dialogue that was happening, and that guy who was talking about taxes. Yeah. Got to come up with a workshop. So anyway, I'll return this to Pali.
Okay. Just like say, the 400 people got arrested, we organized instead of spring break for Fort Lauderdale, we're gonna go spring break for the Hawaii rainforest. And we got 2,500 students that flew out to the Big Island. I was the cook. I had to cook for 2,000 something people. But they came to protest with the forest with us. So 400 got arrested. They bought all the buses, Greyhound bus, the tourist bus, Roberts, to haul all of them to jail. No more room for 400. So they was all locked. We were all locked inside a garage where they parked the car. They put down these kind of rack gates. So 400 people in there. The captain or the chief come down to all those guys sitting on the floor inside. They all packed. Call me out, go up to his office telling me, bro, you gotta get them out. It was $25 fine. So I went to the bank, big stack of money, paid everybody's bill, because all of Kukua, paid everybody's bill. Then you had some hardliners. I'm not going, bro. I'm not going, bro. Bro, I paid your bill, you can go, bro. You know, but some came from far away. They wanted to prove a point. Yeah. Anyway, that's why I had 400. You got to remember now, Kaulana, big action. And never stay quiet to Mauna Kea. We was in the middle. Burials, geothermal, protesting rockets, protesting radiation plants for the papayas. We had a lot of action, and nobody know. They don't put them in the news. Yeah. So you gotta know that from Kaulana had all this bullshit action, and then came Mauna Kea. Don't just think Mauna Kea.
That's right.
We was kicking ass all in between, and they don't like talk about them. That's why nobody know about them. But anyway, that's how it was. Oh, and I like Brother Tim. I want you to, Brother Tim, to come up and say some things on NAGPRA.
Sure. But Brad.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, give Brad.
So, all right, thank you, mahalo. So I just want to run over a few things. You know, it's been really wonderful listening to all this testimony today, and sorry I haven't been here for the last 2 days because I'm so busy, but I am here today, and what a great inspiration this seminar is to all of us, even online and here. But I want to give you some words of wisdom, if you don't mind, with everything that's been said. You know, what came up for me at this testimony was lokahi. Lokahi, connecting to Keakua, connecting to Ka'aina, connecting to Ke Kanaka. And if you don't have that connection, then I don't think we can have lokahi in this segment here. So for me, that's very, very important. So I want to share with you. If you don't respect yourself, how can you respect others? Or how can you respect you? The word is kapu aloha. And you know, that word kapu aloha has gotten to all of us. But this is kapu aloha, a multi-dimensional concept and practice inspired by our kupuna. It places a discipline of compassion on all of us and helps us internalize our thoughts, our words, our deeds without harming others. It honors the energy and life found in aloha, compassion, and helps us focus on its ultimate purpose and meaning. and in a nonviolent and peaceful consciousness. So for me, that is kapu aloha, the highest form of aloha that you can give. And with this conference, I hope you can use kapu aloha in that consciousness, in that way of nonviolent, in that highest meaning that our kupuna had. And that's all I have to say, but what a beautiful seminar that we had, and thank you very much for giving me this time or this place where I can share my mana'o. Ovau ko inoa o kumu bradlam. Mahalo. Of Oahu.
I just got 2 sentences to say, and this is a couple of my mantras. The first one is, let aloha precede everything we do and say. And the second one is, be spiritually led and culturally based. All right, dear.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Hey, she came up and stole the show again, you guys.
Oh, nah.
Thank you. Okay, so the next person we have coming up is Tim Mentz to share some of his wisdom with us. Oh, there he is. We did light a fire as we started walking yesterday, and I understand that a fire was lit across the country of America.
Thank you. That young man over there that's making all the food, Toshka, Dechita Hiyo, come up here once. I seen a lot of energy in that man. I got something here for you, for all your effort, for all of us. It's the last shirt I had of the 2016. I want to give this to you. It's the last one.
I'll fit it.
Stand with Standing Rock.
Thank you.
Here you go. Mahalo. I wanted to do that. He holds the fire. He gives it to us. We heard him the last 2 days here. Wow. Just think how many men, young men like that, are outside these walls yet that carry that fire. You gotta influence them. Because when we stand, we stand. We're standing up for the children now. That red flag is not going down. There's a story behind the red flag, and it happened 1.5 years ago. It happened in ceremony. And what was revealed in ceremony was the fire. And that fire was going to be raised, they said. The fire, the red. Red is really significant to us. It's our breath of life. It's a color that comes to us, that holds us together, to makes us who we are, indigenous nation. We're the red people. And when we bring that together, where color comes in, we're bringing in the 4 colors and the 4 paintbrushes of Mother Nature. So I wanted to share something that I was asked to do. I do know that, and I want to sit down here because I'm going to read something to you. But first I want to start by saying that NAGPRA, it may not be, Laura, everybody knows that acronym. And that acronym is basically the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. So everybody has a story. Every indigenous red nation has a story about how NAGPRA came into being in their homeland. But me, in relation to how I started in 1985 on this journey, I looked back and I reflected in the back of me why I was standing here when they asked us to raise the red, raise the color red. So it was like a springboard. I went back 150 years, 200 years. 1805 was the first treaty they made with the Dakota people. Let me step back. I'm a Dakota and Lakota person from an indigenous nation that protected what we know as Unchimaka. Unchimaka is the earth. A lot of times we reference her, the grandmother. But also in relationship to how we say Unchimaka, we also say that there's a way to recognize her. And it's through the colors of man that we now, from a tangible kind of a perspective of understanding, is how we use the colors to touch the other side, to bring in the colors that our ancestors take to the other side. They are standing there with all the colors. Sometimes we call it a rainbow. Sometimes we look at it in different ways. All of us have a way to explain what colors mean to us. And what I want to do is say this. From 1805, we are occupied also. There's no difference from me to you, from you to me. We are sitting in a state of occupation of the dominant society. And it's interesting to understand that when we say that, we're talking about our homelands. Some of our greatest leaders said that we can never sell our land. We cannot sell the land where our ancestors are buried, where we walk upon. So walk lightly, walk in prayer, but place your feet very careful on the ground. So prior to us having shoes, we made our footwear out of moccasins, the tangible evidence of that rainbow, of those colors, what we call Mother Nature. And let me say this, that from 1823, it started for us in our homelands. In the center of the United States, there's some states that we call home, that we shared with other nations. North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, Montana. Those 6 states are our homeland. From 1823 started the Dakota Wars. They made the first treaty in Minnesota, what was now we know the state of Minnesota. And it progressed up to 51. And in the time of expansion, in the late 1700s, through the Louisiana Purchase, they crossed the Mississippi River. That cuts right straight down the center of the United States, Mississippi. But what they stepped into was the plains. They stepped into our land. Not knowing that we had a very diverse culture, we had a system of governance, we knew who we were related to. And that governance came in many forms that came together of unity, of walking one way. When we had a special spiritual being step out of the 4 stars, and she brought that center star, what we look at as summer solstice. The 4 stars that are in the west, June 21st, look to the west. You'll see 4 stars, perfect. Some call them the cardinal directions. They bring that down to us and we use cardinal directions. There was a star in the middle of that, the 5th star. Our most humble person stepped out and brought that star down to us. And she allowed us to be who we are. She gave us a way to connect Unchimaka, grandmother, with the walking, the ones, the uprights, the 4-leggeds, the winged, the ones that swim, but we never forgot the ones that are underneath what we walk on, Unchimaka. So we progressed all the way till 1851. And at that time, the United States, as it was coming all along, fought us all the way through this process, this progression of development, expansion, westward expansion, that started to chisel those things that were dear to us, chiseled them to the point where we had to stand up and defend. We had to make a stand. I see that today, that you're making a stand. So I'm trying to correlate as we're talking about these types of issues, because the federal government is right there. They're the product of everything that happened with the creation of the United States, but they also then practiced on us indigenous people to start going all over the world and starting to occupy lands, occupation, taking over, saying and condemning us, saying we were heathens, we were savages, when we had a very complex culture. 1851, because we started to resist, they carved out a big section of land called the 1851 Treaty Territory for the Lakota, Dakota, for other bands that were allies to us. And they said, okay, the 66 million acres, it's yours. But they chiseled it down. To the mid-1860s, we fought, and we fought. And they started to make treaties with us. And they said we were sovereign nations because only the United States treaties with nations. But we already knew what we were. So that progression happened from a federal standpoint. From 1868 to 1801 to 1868, so now we're into the 1880s, 1890s, where they totally were imprisoning our leaders, our spiritual leaders. It's probably not anything less than what happened here also. But in that progression, we found out how we needed to save our language and our culture. We had to hide it. We took and made the decision to hide what was dear to us, so the generations would have it. Our children and the generations would have that. Then we springboard to 1978. Prior to 1978, the American Indian Religious Freedom Act enacted because finally Congress said, well, we're going to let you pray your own way. 1978, not very far back, where they said, now, okay, you people now can pray openly, in public if you want. Not knowing that all through that walk, Christians, their Christianity was walking openly. And I'm not condemning Christianity, please don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that's what we had. So in sitting in here in this process of 1978, prior to that, to the 1960s, a lot of movement started to happen with our people. A lot of restlessness. A lot of stuff that at home I seen restlessness because we wanted something that we believed in. We knew what we had, but we know what we have. Have. two different things. And our leaders, our community leaders started to step up, and it was young men and the young women. So I give all my credit to the American Indian movement. Some of us who were part of that movement. If it wasn't for the American Indian movement taking stands and taking the fight to the federal government, a lot of things could be different right now. I contribute the American Indian Religious Freedom Act to the actions of the 60s and 70s of the American Indian movement. A lot of you heard of Wounded Knee. Wounded Knee was something that had to happen. It woke everybody up of our people. It woke up the nation, but it woke up the world. All indigenous people of this world knew that you can stand up and defend your rights. You can defend yourself. So what happened with that is we moved, got to 1978. But in 1985, I'll back up. 78 was the greatest thing that happened in the plains for us and probably for all the world, or all the indigenous nations. Because a lot of the indigenous nations was looking at America, how they're treating the Native Americans, what they call Native Americans. We're the red people. And seeing how the United States committed genocide, committed murder, took away, stole the lands, but more importantly, they realized that they were doing something wrong. And today, I'm saying that from 1978 to 1985, people started to wake up. Movements started to happen. By 1978, I was right in it. In 1985, we had ceremony where they said the old ones are going to stand up. You might have heard me say that yesterday. The old ones are going to stand up, and we're going to create this. It's called Wohihambale, the dream. Wohihambale is the dream that all of you now have. Because on one side you have a dream, but on this side you're seeing that it's not the federal government anymore protecting you. You got something in between. It's the state of Hawaii. At home, we go into two states. Our homelands, what they carved out and gave to us, goes into two states, North and South Dakota. They gave us 2.3 million acres, when originally we had 66 million acres. So there's a lot of what they call treaty tribes up there, up at home. But one thing that I would say to anybody that, in asking me, is that it's not much we have. It's what we keep. It's what we keep. We start sharing this information of what we have now, and that's what we're here today. And in between that is the state government. Doesn't have to comply with federal law. They like federal funding, but there's certain things they don't have to comply with. NAGPRA is one of them. In '85, for our homelands, guess how NAGPRA started? It started with a lot of us as indigenous nations. It started with us. In 1985, two things happened for us. Ames, Iowa, road department, putting the freeway in Ames, Iowa, came across the burial, an unmarked burial. In the process of that, they turned up 53 graves. They're putting this interstate in. Of the 53, there was a woman buried there. She had still her buckskin regalia on. She was Dakota. She was one of our people. She had everything yet that showed that she was one of us. The 52, guess what? They were all settlers. Buckles, Some of them still had their clothes on that showed that they were settlers. And guess what the state of Iowa did? They reburied the 52, but they shipped off the woman. They stole her to study. And what was even unfortunate, she had a little baby on the left side of her arm that was buried with her. They sent both of them off. So we're standing up home in North Dakota, and this is happening in Iowa, 2 states down. There was a Dakota lady that was married to one of the men that worked on that road department. He came and told his wife, they unearthed all these burials. They reburied all the settlers. They shipped off what he called the Indian woman with her baby. There was a lady, his wife was Dakota, from Yankton Reservation in South Dakota. She got so upset, she sent the alarm out. You have to send the alarm out already in relation to how these things are happening. Where do you send it this time? We're going around Congress. Congress, and I know I'm jumping around, just stay with me. So what did she do? For a whole week, she pulled all the Lakota people from North and South Dakota. We stood in the steps, Capitol steps of Iowa, and we said, we want our relative back. We want our lady back. We want our woman back with her baby. No more studying, no more. You don't put her on the shelf. You don't do destructive analysis. You give her back. We're going to rebury her. Governor said no first day. So we kept going every day. The crowd grew bigger from 10. Now it was 150. Now we had 500 people standing in front of the Capitol. We are demanding our relative back. No more study. This is it. Tired of this. By the end of the week, the governor gave her back. We wrapped her up. We had ceremony. She brought her all the way back to South Dakota, and she buried her. We buried her, and we helped her. At the same time, in Lame Deer, Montana, William Tallbull ran through the same thing. So when this was going on in August, another situation, same thing. 30 people were sent off for burial, all settlers. 1 Native American was sent off. So now came in '85 the Melcher bill. Senator Melcher created the first draft of what we know as NAGPRA today. Senator Melcher made that because of his connection to the Northern Cheyenne people in Montana. William Tallbull, a spiritual man, he went to the senator and he said, Senator, help me get my relative back. That's a Northern Cheyenne. Senator Melcher introduced the first NAGPRA draft that it applies to all land. All the land, no matter where it's at, the location doesn't matter, the land status, it didn't matter. It's not a Fifth Amendment taking issue, it didn't matter. They immediately go back to what we know as the indigenous nations. It didn't pass. By 1889, the movement started so strong that on November 16, 1990, Congress enacted the Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act. It's not the best law, but it's something that we can use now to get started on getting all of them back, but preservation in place. Leave them alone. Leave them where they're at. In 1990, November 15th, we were all up on the Hill. We're all up in DC, up on the Hill. Congress was gonna, tomorrow, we were saying was gonna make a vote on this law. November 15th, guess what happened? The National Conference of State Historic Preservation Officers stepped in, asked their senator to pull out that language where it applies to all lands. And that's what went up on the Hill the next day. It was 11th hour sneak move. They call it the sneak move. They took it out and they only applied it to federal land and tribal land. So right now, that's what NAGPRA applies for. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act applies only to federal land or tribal land. They left the states alone. Why? The states are saying that it's a Fifth Amendment issue. The right of possession, they wanted to retain that. So we're on this movement today. This is not a Fifth Amendment taking issue. Every individual, every one of our ancestors have a right to be where they should be, where they were put. There's no disturbance. NAGPRA is not the best law, but it federalized the process on how that happens. If you're going to disturb a burial, there's a process. The UN Declaration on the freedom for us to say yes or no, the UN Declaration addressed that on the rights of indigenous nations. Free, prior, informed consent. So we're going off the UN Declaration. Free, prior, and informed consent. We need to make that. We need to have that. And we're going to make it. So what we do, what did we do? Standing Rock created a resolution to address this issue. We lay out all the whereases, all the declarations in our resolution. And then we ask for three things. We ask for the protection, change the law, amend NAGPRA, and put that original language back in there that it applies to all lands, regardless of land status and regardless of location. It doesn't matter if it's on state land, county land, church land, private lands, especially private lands, it's going to apply to all of that lands. So in this movement in a year and a half, when we developed that 2 years ago, that resolution, we put the call out. Let's change the law. Let's change this law. In 2021 of August, a number of the Kanaka Maoli came to our land, came to our meetings, and started to get involved. And an August evening, during one of the evenings of our Prophecy of the Grandfathers conference, we had ceremony. And I'll share a little bit of that because I shared this the other day, that there's things that are going to happen, and we found out about them. And some of the things Polly was just telling me about what was revealed there was a canoe. Our spiritual leader brought up this, what he said was, he asked for his helpers to interpret what the two spiritual beings that came and followed the Kanaka Maoli to North Dakota. And what happened was we got direction. And those are now, we're putting them all together now. And I just found something out from Polly here that verifies what we found out. But it's supposed to happen here. It's going to start here. But also, that's when we said, we didn't know this 2 years ago when we developed our resolution, that the red flag is a flag in one sense of resistance, but it's a red flag of unity that we're going to come together to not allow our burials to be desecrated anymore, regardless of location, regardless of state law. So we've got a big fight ahead of us. We got to educate all the state legislatures from all the states, but we also have to educate the federal agencies, DOI, Department of Interior. The Department of the Interior are the bosses of National Park Service. What's under National Park Service, under the law? National Historic Preservation Act, Section 101D. 101D created the State Historic Preservation Officers for the states. And just to clarify, and I understood when the Kanaka Maoli told me about SHPD, I didn't know what that acronym was other than Historic Preservation what? Division. I understand it now. I'm hoping, correct me if anybody would. State Historic Preservation Division. It's the same thing as State Historic Preservation Officers under Section 101D of the National Historic Preservation Act. Same thing, same act that created our SHPOs. This is SHPD here. But it gives them very specific duties and responsibilities. So I want to share this with a friend of ours that came in August. He's studying law right here on this campus. University of Hawaii. He's a law student here. So when they came there, we said we're going to change the regulations and we're going to change the statutory language. So when we amend NAGPRA, what we're going to do is create a new statutory section. What does statutory section means? It's part of the original act. Because when you have all these sections in statutory law, now there's regulations that are created that clears up all the gray areas in the statutory law. NAGPRA, Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act, is a sister act to the National Historic Preservation Act. They both run concurrent, right next to each other. But where's the state governments? They want to sit over here so they can do exactly what's happening here in Hawaii. They have the free rein to call the shots. What NAGPRA provides is consultation, but it's not required for states to consult. That's where, like these two individuals here, I'm glad you're here, because that's what has to happen. You got to start the state statutes, the century codes at home that we started to do in North Dakota. We're one of them now that created the state law. We control that now. We tell them what's going to happen. And guess what? 99% of our efforts is preservation in place. Leave them alone. Avoidance. That's what has to happen here. The problem with that is there's so much influence with development here. It's small. You have a small, in relation to some of the treaty tribes up there, the islands, I just can't imagine how many are underneath us in all this area. They're there. So the big development has the say over it. Big development is influencing all these committees, all these NHOs. Their influence is so great that in the beginning of this process, when we brought this gentleman in, and he was supposed to be here, he's supposed to be doing this, but I'm gonna do it for him. His name is Diego Rivera. And he's a law student here. So the question was, how do you amend a law where it's not a Fifth Amendment taking? Because NAGPRA was a Fifth Amendment takings act. It addressed it, right of disposition, just compensation. That's what NAGPRA was all about. On one side, it's all the collections that every museum had and how they loan them out. But how did they acquire them? The provenience that went behind it, how establishing their right of possession. So this law addressed that. It put a process in place, created this lineal descendant process. And even though you don't have maybe a lineal descendant tied to this item, cultural item, it always had a section in there that how you culturally tie yourself to this. So there is a process in NAGPRA to totally take away that issue of argument from the museums. They got scared of this. 1990, they started hiding all their collections. Everything. They started loaning everything out. And when you went there, when you know you had your grandpa's place, there was his stuff in this place, well, sorry, we loaned it out. We'll have to get it back. So now Congress, through National Park Service, they made it more stringent. They amended NAGPRA twice. So let me get back to what I want to read. This is just a summary, but this sets the basis of how we're going to change NAGPRA and take away the issue of the Fifth Amendment. And this is just a summary. Potential expansion of NAGPRA to private lands in the context of Lucas. That's the court case, Lucas. Lucas exceptions to regulatory takings. As it currently exists, NAGPRA only applies to federal and tribal lands, excluding privately owned lands from federal burial protections. This omission subjects private landowners only to state burial protection laws, which may be inadequate for the protection of burials. In Hawaii, the state burial protection laws have proven inadequate for the state auditor and National Park Service auditing and investigating SHPD in the years 2002, 2004, 2007, 2010, and 2013. That much investigation and nothing's changed yet. None of it has changed. And they proved it. He proved it in his research here. NAGPRA must be amended to expand its jurisdiction to all private lands in addition to federal and tribal lands. While private property interests will argue that this constitutes a regulatory taking of their property, Lucas versus South Carolina Coastal Council, 1993, lists 3 categories of exceptions that will rebut this argument that it's a takings issue by a private landowner. The first category is regulatory takings. Under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, the government cannot take private property for public use unless the government pays the property owner just compensation. That's the whole issue of NAGPRA. That was argued in a number of court cases. One of the most visible and most important was the Kennewick man. You may have heard of the Kennewick man, found human remains that were dated over 6,000 years old. They said they couldn't give it back to the Colville tribes because it's so old that they need it for scientific study. And of course, we know the history of scientific study. They went after craniums. The Army Medical Museum was the one that went after. They wanted craniums to measure the cranium of Native Americans just to see their type of intelligence level. So that's what this was all about in the early 1800s, 1900s. Even here, the Army Medical Museum took a lot of them, your Kanaka, from the issue of establishing that intellectual level. So under Lucas, a regulatory taking is when the government enacts a statute or regulation that essentially prevents all economically beneficial use of one's property. Under Lucas, however, there are 3 exceptions that will bar the government from being required to pay compensation. If the government is not a part of the title of the land, if the government's restrictions does no more than duplicate background principles of state property law, and if the use restricted by the government is akin to public nuisance. So, because of each state is responsible for and develops its own property law, the patchwork of different burial protection laws throughout the United States will follow under one or more of these Lucas takings exceptions. Restricted use is not a part of the title of the land under Lucas. In Hawaii, Illinois, and West Virginia, burials are held in trust for the public by the respective state governments. As a result, the burials are not part of the title of the land in each of these states because the government's trust obligations divorces burials from the bundle of property ownership rights that are a part of the land, a title of the land ownership. Additionally, the Georgia Burial Protection Statute explicitly states that human remains and burial objects are not to be property owned by the person who owns the land on which they are located. In these 4 states, because burials are not a part of the title of the land, an expansion of NAGPRA will not only be considered a regulatory taking, and the government will not be required to pay just compensation. So, background principles of state law. And there are many state laws that qualify as background principles of state law. There are 20 jurisdictions with state laws that explicitly extend protection to burials on private lands. Arizona, Delaware, Florida, Kansas, Minnesota, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Tennessee, Washington, and West Virginia. There are also 7 jurisdictions with state laws explicitly extending protections to burials on private lands: Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Massachusetts, New Mexico, Oregon, and Rhode Island. Beyond the above-mentioned state statutes, there are other forms of state law that qualify as background principles, common law principles, and custom. If the indigenous people in the United States are able to demonstrate that burial traditions and practices are common law Blackstonian custom, these practices are considered background principles of state law that exempt the government from paying compensation to private landowners, should NAGPRA be expanded. In addition to custom, the United States also recognizes a quasi-property right called the right of can I get some? My tongue is sticking to. That guarantees the next of kin the right to dispose of their deceased family members' remains as deceased family member and the next of kin desire. Thank you. Cotton Mom. I'm sorry I'm reading this, but this is really important what is in front of us right now, what I'm saying, because this is what's going to help us. In addition to the custom, the United States also recognizes, okay, I read that already, sorry. This right has been ruled in a number of states and federal circuit courts. Further research is required to determine state background principles in every state, but the evidence exists that a majority of state jurisdictions have background principles that exempt the government from paying compensation should NAGPRA be expanded. What it's saying is that we're not trying to create something new. There's already over 20 states that have adopted the principles of NAGPRA as in its current form right now. Hawaii is not one of them. Hawaii is built off of state regulatory and state law. And that needs to change. I could see that now. Just from the outside the box looking in, I could see a lot of things that are a problem. And I've been involved with this since 78. Just in that journey. Kapu is the same way. We kind of, me and him and I connected right away. We were on that same path. It's been.
Because our state is not really the owner of our land, but the trustees of our land for us and the time that we should eventually regain our sovereignty. And that's what it says on all of these deeds that give us the Kaulana rights. It says that it is ours in perpetuity, but they're going to take care of it for us.
Yeah.
In such time that we gain it back.
Yep. And the two delegates, candidates, that's the issue. Public trust. Does the state of Hawaii have the ability to maintain public trust for the Kanaka Maoli? That's what it boils down to. Because it goes into every form of quasi-jurisdictional issues, from county to state to private landowners to church. Even at home in North Dakota, we can't even not protect those burials of those children those young adults that were sent, that were stolen from us, buried outside that church on church land. It's private, it's non-federal. We can't touch them, but we need to. So let me get back to the restricted use akin to public nuance. This exception category is the most difficult to utilize and may only apply in states that hold burials in trust for the public, what you're talking about. Because the state holds this burial in trust for the public of that state, and a private landowner neither destroys nor desecrates the public trust resource, they are interfering with a right that is common to the public. When a right that is common to the public is interfered with, this is classified as a public nuance. In Hawaii, Illinois, and West Virginia, expanding NAGPRA to include private lands will not only be considered a taking requiring compensation from government because the restricted use, destruction, or desecration of burials is akin to a public nuance. So, under the three categories of exception, the expansion of NAGPRA to private lands will not only be considered a regulatory taking, and the federal government will not be required to pay just compensation. Expanding NAGPRA to private lands will drastically increase the amount of land under federal burial protection, protecting the rights of indigenous people throughout the United States, including Hawaii and Alaska. Alaska and Hawaii are no different than either one of them. They have the same issues because there's mostly private land. It's mostly private. As we're sitting here today, Alaska is tied into this issue now. They have jumped on board and raising this red flag. Let me talk about the red flag real quick. That came out of ceremony. That came out of the people that came from here, the Kanaka Mo'ole that came to our land, that was revealed to us. The burning stick, the liquid fire coming off the burning stick, and the lady with flaming hair. A driver, somebody that has to drive this whole process. And it was revealed to us, all of what we call the Great Sioux Nation, all of our as we call tribes, our tribal governments, they now recognize that it's not none of us that are there that are going to start this. We only started a resolution 2 years ago, but we didn't know where it was going because we wanted a call to action. The day before I flew out here June 4th, me and my family and 2 girls. June 3rd, the day before on that Friday, finally went out the call for action. That's how long we waited because we wanted to make sure that we were following protocol from ceremony. And we all have different ceremonies in our homelands. Ours, we take a lot of, honor and gratitude, and we can talk only so much of it. There's a limit how much we can share publicly, but privately, you can talk to the ones that went up to North Dakota. August of last year, 2021, the week of December 13th, 2021, 2 times. The second one in December, we started to now put legislation, 2 lawyers, Mario Gonzalez of the Ogallala Sioux tribe, who represents the Ogallala Sioux tribe, who's a very well-known lands attorney up there. He litigated the Black Hills case for us, the Black Hills takings in 1877, and Andy Reid, the international lawyer, well-educated and I would say they're litigators. They know how to step into the court. They have drafted numerous bills that we have the pleasure of saying that we're benefiting off of them. Andy Reid is willing to address this issue from an international perspective, bringing in the UN Declaration And also, Mario is willing to come here, and now we're going to have to take on the state of Hawaii on the private lands issue. They're willing to do that, but we know our place. It has to come here. So when I came down here, I was cautioned from my tribal leadership, don't overshadow the Kanaka Maoli. Don't take the mic away from them. Don't take their voice. So when I heard yesterday and just today from the people that testified, that went out. That went out to all our tribal people, all the tribal nations in my area of North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, Minnesota. We're all of what we call Lakota, Dakota people. Nakota also. Lene Lawrence, who's tied in and who lives here with her husband, Jimmy Herman. He's from North Dakota, that they live here. All of the nations were connected when we came down here. That was so good. But all their people are listening to this right now. They're listening because I'm careful in what I'm saying here. I'm not trying to overshadow you. We don't step in front of people like that. We have respect. But we have one purpose, and that's going after the states now. The states can't dictate anymore to us as people. We're the indigenous nation of this world. And the prophecies are coming, and I will end with that there's prophecies coming that we know of, that we've heard of so much. You have prophecies. But there's a number of them that are really coming real. The eagle and the condor prophecy from South America is coming now. The eagle and the condor are coming together now, and they're intertwining, and they're going in a spiral. Now it's clockwise. When these people that came and took our land, they turned it counterclockwise, made everything go around opposite, controlling everything that hurt us, that put us where we're at. And one of the things that I'll say is that our prophecies, we hold them dear and we share them, but also at the same time, we know and understand that there's a limit, because not all of them may apply to our indigenous red people, that they have their own. So we place them next to everybody's story of the land, of what we know of as the story of the land. But we had some individuals that really made some profound statements. And some of them as our leaders that we had at home, that they said, you know, there's gonna come a day. Grandma said there's gonna come a day when all the red nations are gonna come together. They're gonna bring all their spiritual movement, and what's going counterclockwise, it's gonna go clockwise now, because we have a purpose. What's the purpose? Our children. Our children are driving us to do this now. And that's what's really important about this, because one of the things that we said about in prophecy was that we have to recognize it, but we also have to understand it. And how does that happen? You got to talk to the old ones. The old ones that are still walking here carry such a wealth of knowledge that they have it. They have what we need. They have the story, you know, and one of the things about the story is that, you know, we live by what we walk. That, what we make today as we walk, even today here, you're sitting here for a reason. Nobody forced you to come here. Nobody told you to come here. You came on your own. That's free will. Because you were not only selected, this is your time. This is your point in time. The spirits are guiding you here. Our ancestors are here. There may be only a few of us here. Even if there's one, like I said at the beginning, first day, even if there's one, that made a difference. But guess what? They're all outside. They're all here. All your relatives are here right now because they know what's in your heart. They know that you're asking for their help, and they're going to stand up. So guess what? They've been standing up for all these years. And how are they standing up? They're getting exposed. They're showing the corruptness of a society. And that's what we have to address, the ones that are upright, that are walking on this earth. We got to understand that. So it's important to understand our role, and I want to read you something, and I want to share this because this was one of our leaders that at one time he said such a profound statement because he got it from a vision. He got it from when he was standing up on the hill and he was praying. And we have a lot of people that have a connection like that. But one of the things that he said was this, and this came to him, the spirits came to him. He was fasting 4 days and 4 nights on top of a hill. No water, no food. The only connection he had was his chanupa, his pipe. And he stood there and prayed. And we call him Wakantanka, grandfather, creator, a lot of them call him that. The one that created all things that we believe in with our creation stories. They go up there to suffer. The only way you get a question asked is you have to suffer for it. And that's what we all have to do. We all have to take the time out to don't feel bad after you don't have nothing to eat. You don't have water to drink. Now, I called for water talking up here. I shouldn't even have done that. But what's important is that we sometimes have to give something that is spiritual, that comes from here. Chantemita, my heart. The only invisibleness that I can give you of my spirit is my breath. That moisture goes all over, moves around. So when they connect with him, they ask for direction, they ask for an answer. Yeah, you got to give your breath for it. That's the moisture that you're giving, and that's not the moisture that your body wants. You have to suffer for it. So at home, they do that. We have Sundance. 4 days, 4 nights, they dance, they pray to the sun. And on the 4th day, they pachadoka. They tie themselves to the tree and give the ultimate sacrifice. That's the only thing we can give as people that we freely have is our body and what is contained in our body. So this man, his name is Tashunka Witko, one of our very reverend leaders. His name was Crazy Horse. Some of you might have heard of him. He was a well-known, gifted man that was murdered because he defended our people. But this is what he said when they had a vision, when they came to him, the spirits. He came and told the people, he openly told them in public, the red nation shall rise again, and it shall be a blessing for a sick world, a world filled with broken promises, selfishness and separation, a world longing for light again. I see a time of 7 generations when all the colors of mankind will gather under the sacred tree of life, and the whole world will become one circle again. That's what he came and told the people. Then they killed him. They killed him. But what he told us was, in 7 generations, something's going to happen. From this time, to now, we're in the 7th generation era. It's our time now. It's your time. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just encouraging, it's your time now to change what is here. And you have that energy. I didn't have much but a shirt. That young man I seen for the last 3 days here lifted me up. That's it. That's the power of our youth, our young men, our young women, because we already have grandmas and grandpas that are telling us we need to do these things now. So we have to listen. We can't let it go in one ear and out the other or make an excuse anymore. No more excuses. We got to look forward. But remember what's behind you, the generations. So we're at the 7th generation now based off of those prophecies that we have in our homeland. And you have prophecies, I'm sure you do. But what importance about it is we not only acknowledge them, they gave us a roadmap, if that's the best way I can say it. They gave us a roadmap, and they said, have no fear, you have relatives. Call us, we will help you. So all the Kanaka Maoli that are standing in here right now, they're probably filling this room right now. All you have to do is put a little plate of food out, feed them. At home, we started our ominichias. Our ominichias are started with a plate of food. We pray. Why do we put food out? Because they're hungry too on the other side. They'll come to you. Put that little plate out. Set it off to the side. We all do that at home. It's just a given. We're thanking them for allowing them to help put us where we're at as their grandchildren. They're takojas. We say grandchildren, we say takoja. And I want to end with this, that as older people, we watch the little ones. We watch those little ones right here, because in our way, once they stand up and they start to walk, that's when you start talking to them like adults. Once they're upright, you talk to them. So over the years, as they get older and older, you watch. You can tell which one is going to be what. The grandmas and grandpas pick them out right away. I'm a grandpa. I got grandchildren. I got great-grandchildren. But when I came in here, I seen a little boy running around here. Pretty active little guy. I was watching him, his demeanor, how he was doing things, how he was running up, giving stuff to the people. He was bringing water to people for the last 3 days. He was never told, he acted. It was here. You can already see his heart is for the Kanaka Maoli. And that's what he has. I picked it out right away. So today this afternoon, when I lit that smudge, you know why I pulled it out and lit that smudge? There he is right there, that little man. That little man. I seen right away what this little man's going to be. He kept asking me, there you go. What's in your bag? Uncle, what's in your bag? So when the third time he asked me, I said, I got something in there. That's all I'd say. I got something in there. But they made everything visible like that to us. So it was the Kanaka Maoli that was guiding him. They're in here. They're guiding him. So when the third time he came and asked, what's in your bag? I said, it's something I brought here, but I was waiting for somebody to ask me to bring it out. He asked me. I pulled out that smudge we had. I lit it. He took it. He walked from there. He walked all the way to the other side. He walked to the middle. And he blessed us. He smudged us. At home, that's a most honorable gift, is to have somebody like this in your presence. Reminds you this is for them. So afterwards, his mother asked me to explain what he did and why. So I did. I told him. But what I see here is a little man. When he's my age, he's going to talk to someone, and he's going to pick out that little person and say, you're going to carry it. You're going to carry it on, because that's how strong we are as people. Our relationship. So now I told him, you know, when we see these little ones, they're going to progress up. At home, they start being, their first step is Phetayuha, firekeeper. Little firekeeper. He's going to burn that red, what we seen in ceremony. When we seen in ceremony was fire, and we seen liquid fire, something that was running off a stick like that. In that ceremony, 2 Kanaka Maoli followed the Kanaka that came up to our homeland. And in ceremony, they came in. So we have the ability to touch the other side yet. In ceremony, we did that. Through our language and through interpretation, our spiritual person that had him come in used his spiritual gift to explain what was going on and what they wanted. And they told us certain things. But one of the things was fire, liquid fire coming off a stick. That you're going to get what you want. That's this. This is showing now what happened from prophecy. This is the prophecy. This is the prophecy. That's the generation that is going to save the world. And we're going to help them. We're going to keep them there. Keep them in our heart. For me, as an older person, I lived for days like this. I knew I was going to run into something here, but I knew it right away. As soon as I walked in, this little guy, who is a man, he is a man. We chasha hechana. He is a man. So today, I marked him. I marked him. Even though I'm not related to his mother or his father on both sides of the extended family going up, he's my takojana, my grandson. He is going to ask for help. And everybody that's witness to this today, you need to help him. Help him and guide him in that way. Because that's the way we do it at home. That's the way I want you to treat this young man. He's going to help the nation. Look at how many are in this room. We should have all those state officials here, all of them listening to what you said today, yesterday, and the day before. OHA should be sitting here. They should be sitting here because in the NAGPRA law and NHPA, National Historic Preservation Act, guess who's representing you? OHA. They're right in the act, specifically in the act. And if they don't want to come here and talk to you, we need to remove them. You need to remove them, request them removal. So going up into September of 2021, guess what? They had regulation change. So Claire, Polly, Diego, they all submitted comments. Remove that. Remove OHA from that. They don't come and represent the people here, but that's who they look to. That's who's representing this young man here now. Is that good for you? Is that good? Is that good enough? To have Oha represent somebody with the gift that he has? I don't think so. I don't believe it is going to be like that. He's going to change the world, but he needs all his brothers and sisters of all of the relatives here to help him. And he's not going to be out there by himself. He's got relatives. He's got you. And he has all these spiritual beings that are in here right now. Yeah. They're here. So this little man is going to be something. So he said, Uncle, when you're done talking, can we go light a smudge again? So, so I told him, wait till as soon as I'm done here, we'll go. So I'm going to end with that. I wanted to share Crazy Horse's prophecy. And I want to read it again. I love this because this is what the journey we're on. The red nation shall rise again, and it shall be a blessing for a sick world. World filled with broken promises, selfishness, and separation. A world longing for light again. I see a time of 7 generations when all the colors of man will gather under the sacred tree of life, and the whole earth will become one circle again. That's where we're going. And that's what this little man is going to help do. It's going to help. He's going to be a leader. So heche bringt na mai take pe take weste na heche di chamuk na toksha makochi mit khag na heche kigra mainta take weste na heche chamuk da heche na khanakamole de yakavna tunkashna toksha heche deche da hinta tukte de yakavna de tiata heche yengnikta na we kanja, wakanja, takoja na dedia kabna, hetched, abadukjena, ahintuana. So I'm gonna end here. I'm leaving here. I appreciate everything that I experienced here. I'm taking home a lot. But let's not forget the wakanja, the children. And let's definitely not forget the grandchildren, the takoja. Here's a takoja here. He's a man now. So he has no pressure. I'll say that. I'll end with that. He has no pressure because he has relatives. You're going to help him. Oh, whoopie that tankachichuna. All right, so we go like that. So we go like that now? Okay, let's go like that.
Is the green light on?
Kind of share our experience when we went to North Dakota and we're part of the ceremony. But I actually asked Nakai Elua because before I went there, I had been seeing their 4 leaders. One of them was Crazy Horse. It was the night before I was in the first email thread or Zoom meeting that we had, and my son was practicing on his horse because my son is, I have 7 children, and my son's 16 and he's into training horses. As a Kanaka Maoli, he's a man, right? He's not a teenager or a child. And I had seen a vision of him, so the next day we went to the meeting, I was being prepared for this journey, but Nakai Elua had a similar experience where upon her arrival, she had been given, can you share what symbol? So we shared the same room, and it's usually me who has all the visions. And so Nakai slept really well, and I was being visited by spirits there. And it's crazy because I didn't really know the history of the place that we stayed. And you said that the place that we stayed at had like not a revelation, but something happened there related to Crazy Horse or Sitting Bull, right? And so Nakai had been seeing a certain symbol. Can you do you remember what that symbol was?
It was the symbol that the university had used, and it had the black, white, and red, and then the yellow on the inside, which then Tim explained to us later on. It was the medicine wheel, and the colors, the cardinal colors. So that was the symbol that I kept on seeing different locations when we were visiting up in North Dakota, and then not realizing that the university that we were staying at had it as their logo, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's it, that's the one. And then also, yeah, then there was one night that in my dreams I was taken to this forest that I was not familiar with, but obviously it seemed like, you know, trees that grow in North America, and there was different like colors, not like rainbow, not like rainbows, just like different aura of colors. And then I seen a child, so I followed the child, and it was just taking me to different colors, sequences like green, purple, yellow, and then it kind of tied into like it being all into the forest. And that was kind of a interesting experience that we went through at North Dakota. And then of course the ceremony that we were a part of was something that if anybody has the opportunity to do it, it's a life-changing experience. The Sundance and also the ceremony we did at night, for us to be able to get that connection that our two kupunas came from Hawaii, sorry about that, which Mana can explain.
Oh yeah, so I shared it in my earlier, so for those of you who weren't there the past couple of days, you can watch previously, but what had happened to me, I was sitting next to another Wahine, a woman from the tribe. She was actually from South Dakota, and she had taught me about, I said, I Supreme, and she said, I think Wangkantang, what is, Katanka. Yes, and so when we did the ceremony and that when Pele came in, when we were coming out, she had, somebody told her to look at my eyes, and she was telling me that my eyes was glowing. And I told her, oh, it's a common thing when you carry that type of lineage, you tend to have that gift of your eyes glowing. That means you come from the Pele lineage. And she didn't understand it, but I said, well, yeah, my ancestor, the woman that he's speaking of, her name is Pele. And so I think she understood in that moment, because she had sensed, and she was telling me stories that connected to our history. So I was able to share with her like the different, we call Kupua, ancient ancestors. And so one of the things that Pae'a Kamehameha, who united our islands in 1810, told me up at Pacific Heights, he said, we come from the teachings of the sun. And there's this place called Happy Science, and they broke it down, and I believe, so red is the color that defeats evil. Purple is the color of reverence, and then we have gray is the color of science. And so when we see on the spiritual side, we see different uhane or spirits, they do carry the color. And so it tells us a story of where they come from and when they transition, where they're going. And it tells us the balance and order of what's to come. And so on our island of Kauai, and going on this journey, we realized that Polehale is the exit point of all souls. And so when you go to Polehale, there's a place in there, and I'm hoping I can share this, Ike, with those who are meant to hear it. There's a flame. And we believe that when the flame is high, there needs to be order. So we have to go and pray and bring the flame down. And that's just, we talk about it, the bosom and the representation. So when we did the walkthrough and we were down at Kawaiha'o, which, did anyone hear what the decision was made for Kawaiha'o? Okay, perfect. Well, anyhow, when we were down at Kawaiha'o, my breast was really sore and tender, so I had Nakai pray over it, and she said, it's called malnourished, or, not being nourished. And so she had offered her breast milk to the offering there. And so we need to understand what he's talking about and the connection to our culture and where we're at physically, mentally, and spiritually here in Hawaii and Hawaii, so we can understand that we are not, like Tim said, we're not separated. And even though there's the laws of man, those are the basis of the laws of nature. And what we have to understand is we're not the judged. We don't judge. We are being judged by that actions. And so that's why I was listening to Uncle and telling you guys, you're not, what did he say? You are politicians, right? Or some, not yet, right. Right, but the point of it is we're seeing this change that is happening and it's progressing and the eagerness to want to learn. And for me, I cannot really, after Tim speaks, it's really hard because I'm like processing everything that he shares. Thanks, Tim. And so, hopefully we get invited again, and I hope that for those of you who are able to make it out to North Dakota, the Sundance ceremony is very, very sacred and ceremonial, and we were blessed to be able to be a part of it. And it was really life-changing for us. And we're still kind of, the haole part, the foreign mind and foreign concept wants us to define everything there and then, but the kanaka mo'oli, that part of us of being man, women, and children, what God gave us or what supreme nature gave us, wants us to understand that the journey unfolds everything, and you have to be present to understand it and define that part. And we have to stop trying to define it the way the English version of it. And I hear it all the time because I don't speak Olelo Hawaii, Nakailua does, but Spirit teaches me where she can help translate and we come together. And that's the purpose of life and that gift of Ola, of that long living breath that we have, like Tim says. That's all I can give is my breath, my ha, my essence. And to come in aloha is alo is to be present and ha is to be as equals. So I'm not gonna lower my vibration or I'm not gonna make myself above, I'm gonna come in as an equal, and that's what we're having, this equal conversation. And so I hope and pray that in this guidance, I really don't believe that we were expecting answers right away. If anything, I got more questions. But I learned a lot from this 3-day weekend, and I wanna thank every single one of you who shared space, aloha, and bless you on this journey, and may we all be guided together and united and stop the desecration of Aina. And I think Uncle had said something that I heard from him before, and I was like, hey, he looks so familiar. And it was something about, you cannot take care of the kupuna or the iwi kupuna unless you take care of the living. And I thought a lot about it because I have 7 children, I have a kane, and I have an elder at my house, so there's 10 of us in our household. And we carry this balance and understand that the hale hale ho mana okea, which is the structure of our mana, and the basis of foundation is the ground that we walk on and our ancestors that feed the land that we eat and consume off of. And it's that cycle. So when the Koloa movement happened, they asked us to create a symbol like the mauna. And Spirit had said, this is not a symbol just for Koloa, it's a symbol that we must carry, and it was this. And when we talk about that circle, there's a spiral symbol. And so Tim was talking about when you go clockwise and counterclockwise, when that Mu being had come to me, that translucent being, which is our ancient ancestors, he taught me that clockwise means to open, counterclockwise means to close. And so that particular labyrinth that they're in dynamiting with the burials, it's a circle that comes in, and it's not where it's spiraling, it's circles within a circle. And so I don't know the translations because I don't have an elder here to teach, but I'm pretty sure that Tim in his tribe understands those symbols. And when we have burials, and someone sent me in Hanakapeai, there's a rock that has the same symbol on it. All I could think of was creation, life, procreation. And so at some point we need to understand that we're all intertwined, and if our water is poisoned, if it's diverted and we lack water, what do you think we lack within ourselves? Our blood is directly connected to that water. And so we have to understand these things because we cannot separate ourselves from nature. We gotta understand that. And our ancestors understood, our elders who are sitting here, this is like, we know that already, girl, you don't gotta say that. But most of our people who are listening might not understand this, and they might lack that understanding. And that's why we feel so defeated, because we lack identity. And we're in an identity crisis. And that was the purpose of all of it, was for us to be taken. And I had written something about them coming here, and they have that prayer, right? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us our trespasses, we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. So they come here, they take our land, forgive us our trespass. They take our language, forgive us as we trespass. They take our men, women, and children, forgive us as we trespass. What more do we have to give? Are you willing to give them everything? Your last breath? So we have to look at in a way where we're not trespassing. We're not. They are, but who is they? Who is they? Right? Are we going to continue to help this government? So I just got off the phone with DLNR Susan Case. We're supposed to meet with them today. And then we found out that she's actually on Maui. And so her deputy chair, what's his name? Robert Matsuda, gave us an email, and this is what he specifically said, and I hope you're recording it because this is what he said. Nakai's my witness. He said, email him with all the complaints and compliances so then he can pursue, what was the word? An investigation upon the agencies that we have a complaint against. So to me, that's getting the ball rolling. And that is exactly what we're doing, is getting evidence and making sure that we follow through. Because we know who comes above that, Susan Case. And for how many years, they've never listened to us. So after her, I believe it'll be the Attorney General. Because the Attorney General oversees what? And so when that happens, then we can take everything else to the Department of Interior to do a full-blown investigation upon these agencies that they oversee. And so from there, we can just only go up from there, right? We're on the bottom, so we can go only up. So I thank you guys for your time. Anybody else? Anybody? Nobody? Oh yeah, just before I forget, I'm hoping that we can understand OHA and DHHL, because that was part of the prophecy. The two entities that was bought out, and they didn't say the names at the time, but I think we figured it out at the meeting, right? OHA and DHHL were the two that were like the warning to watch for, something like that. And sure enough, the DHHL lawsuit came out where 700 people, Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiians, sued 17 years ago, and they finally settled that, and that's the reason why they're pulling all the names off that wait list, and they're getting the ball rolling because of that lawsuit. And the other one is OHA, because again, going back to what Tim is saying, the trust. And so OHA was looking at the fiduciary duty of OHA is to deal with our money that's coming in to help the people. So Pele and Kanaloa is saying to watch for these two entities. So I just want to leave it at that. Thank you.
We have some news from the Burial Council, and then we'll be ending. I hope you all don't mind, but I don't think we have the time or the breath to work on the solutions adequately today. So we'll be taking names of who wants to work on this part, and we'll do some Zoom meetings and really get it down so that we have the legal part as well as all of the information that was given by the EV protectors this weekend and water protectors. And I hope you don't mind, but I think that it's time to let all of this percolate and sit. And here we have some really good news again. Okay, you know you're going to be the light. Come, you can stand in the middle. Yeah, stand in the middle.
Okay, take off my hat. I don't know where one good spot, so I'm gonna come in up front. I don't like face my back to anybody. But yeah, my name is Mike Hikalea, and today I had one. I guess I don't know what they call that, but I was on their agenda for recognition with the Burial Council, and they kind of went send me on one long road, man. I ended up in Kapolei, and the meeting was actually in Honolulu. So I just made them back right after Kauai Hau, and Kauai Hau, you know, they were successful. I prevailed only as a cultural descendant. And in my application, I was seeking lineal descendancy, yeah? So my question was raised to the Burial Council about the reasons why not. Yeah, why I wasn't on. And their whole mindset is that particular bone, I have to know that that's my ancestor. Whether it's a chip of a bone, an arm, a leg, whatever it is. Anything other than that is a cultural descendancy, regardless of, regardless of whether or not you were there. So I tried to take that a little bit further because I actually submitted two claims under two separate individuals. And for some reason, the Burial Council only got one. And they were kind of confused because on their agenda doesn't specifically identify the two separate ones, but the people from, I guess you call them Shipsy, they sit on the far end of the room. I ended up speaking to one of them, and then the second one before, after the meeting was over, and I questioned that with them, and they somehow lost them. They never get them. Went someplace else. You know, so now I gotta go through the process again, but you know that's okay, because if I gotta do that, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. But I think, you know, on one broader picture, after sitting there today listening to people staking burial descendancies, and I had this I don't know how to explain that, but I'm confident with myself about saying this, and I hope, you know, I don't offend anybody over here or out in the TV land. But I think one of the things that we got to think of doing is combining our genealogies and sitting down and talking to each other and finding out how we related. A lot of us are going to be related. We're all going to be related somehow. Because a lot of times they okay the name, yeah? You know, they get like one keep the front, one keep the end, and then when you're doing your research, you go, then you run into one dead end. I've heard that story before. In fact, when it happened to me a few years ago, I mean not few, but years ago. Something I think we really should think about in this process right here, you know, and strengthen our efforts as much as we can as on family. You know, really strengthen ourselves as family. And hey, if no more, you know, we hanai, right? We hanai them. If no more, we bring them into the family. That's traditional. It's okay. We can do them that way too. You know, but put our efforts collectively on the table. However we can do that, I don't want to answer. It's just an idea that I like put out for all of us to think about in this whole approach to NAGPRA. And you know, it's another thing, NAGPRA, yeah, which is the Native American, The thoughts that I got with NAGPRA was over the last couple of weeks since the planning of this thing was we should actually pull, because it's an United States agency, right? They're part of, you can call them the enemy, but in a nicer way, the United States. So let's pull out some of the languages in the 150 or so statutes that they get related to us, like the Apology Bill, for instance, and how they identify us in there. Let's pull out these languages and throw them back at them in one approach to restructure and re-language and revise the whole NAGPRA approach. If we're going to be separate as Native Hawaiians, so be it. If not, we can collectively do them with our brothers and sisters on the other side of the Mamahonu. It's good too. But I think a lot of those languages can benefit us in restructuring instead of trying to build, create the wheel again. Let's take some of those, languages. The whereas, prior to 1778, the Native Hawaiian people lived in a highly functional, communal system. Some of those things should be brought out and thrown back at the people who went write them in our own approach to have them revise these laws. That's pretty much my update. And today was successful. Kauai Hau Church, they prevailed. I'm so glad for that too, because planning kupuna over there. I'm grateful for everybody here, and all of those who put this together, because it actually gave me strength in my efforts in what I do too. Mia, right here, I don't know, did I miss anything, Mia? The Everplains, yeah. Kalailoa, is it Kalailoa she was talking about? Honouliuli. So, wait, there was a lot of descendants that never put claims. Is that what she said? Check you explain that part. I think I might have missed that.
So my mind was blown because the majority of the list on the agenda was from Eva and Honouliuli, and she's sitting there explaining why their family has to be acknowledged. And then it's all in the paper. They have all the paper, and they had to convince the council to approve it, convince Shipti to acknowledge it. So I didn't know there's so much out in Eva too, but we really have to keep an eye on that too.
I think we're good, Auntie. Yeah. Hopefully, thank you, everybody.
I'll tell you, you guys are doing good. In Maui, we brought 40 people forward for the sand dunes, and they never came to the burial council in 10 years. So that's, you guys doing good. Keep moving. And so, now, we're just going to kind of end the day like we did yesterday. Kaniloa is going to play some music. I think there's some people who want to dance, and we can end with our Kaulana Na Pua and Hawaii Aloha. So just kind of gather your things, we'll get ready. We'll make the space on the floor, and we'll be but we'll be in a circle to end.
On the last, sorry. Check 1 2, check 2, check 1 2. Kalama, it's the first time I get to play for somebody dancing. So, of course, just to kind of give the background of this song. So the writer talks about, so he writes and says, "Tonight I am here with you. Tonight I have returned. Long was my journey on the path to seek a place in this world. I now clearly see and understand. The home within my heart I returned when I realized this. I will not wander again, for I understand I am Hawaiian. So, as I said last night, it is important to sing the songs of our people because it's part of us. Mele is important. Hula is important. They all have their place. And these are the things we should keep alive because this is part of our culture. We call ourselves Kanaka, then be Kanaka, and take pride in the things that our kupunas have left us. So without further ado, Keia po ahui mahea Eloha ka helena ma e ala hele e huli mahima keia ma popoha ua ike hoi Kahome lokoku uvae Ua hui mae hao Ua ike me hao Haole hao Hao ua na ho Ke mahu popo Ke Hawaii hao Mahal, kalamaya. Sorry guys, my fault. Pa. Ike ia po, he ia ha, he hoe, he ia po, ua hoi, mahe ha. Eloha ka helena, ma. Ke ala hele e huli wahima ke iao ma boboa ua ike hoi ka home e loko pupu vai ua hoi mai ao ua ike me ao haole ao au ana ho ke mau popo e Hawaii ao ke mau popo e Hawaii ao ke mau popo e Hawaii ao Oi vie ke han Ua ke mai ne Ako mai ne ku paalo kahie Kikilo ena iwi ena mamoe Ni maka maka Kupa ake kanaka hano hano haa heo Kupa ake kanaka hano hano haa heo O iwi he Nai Ua ike maine kupa'alo. Sorry. Ei amaila aina amaine. Ka ko maine pa'alo kaie. Kikilo e na iwi e na mamo e. Na kini maka maka e. Kupa'a ke kanaka hano hano hae o e. Kupa'a ke kanaka hano hano hae o e. Chee! So, mahalo guys. So I have a song that I'd like to actually share with our native friends from the continent. This song was actually written by an artist of Maui. His name is Willie K. And so I like to share this song because this song was actually particularly written for a group up in Washington. So Willie Kahali'i would travel a lot, and he would spend go to many places and learn cultures. So one of the songs that he wrote for this place was a song called "Spirit in the Winds," and I like to share this song. It's my personal gift to Tim and his family, but it resonates to all of us. On the day when they said that the warriors would live forever, no, they have gone, and they're only living in the legends now. You can hear the spirits crying in the wind, lost without a trace at all. Left the writings on the wall, famous battles long ago. Where did all my people go? I wish I knew what happened there. Who and who were famous men? Tell me what the chances are to see them live among the stars. So come on, Kani, won't you blow and tell me what I want to know. Should I walk tall and be proud, and all spirits crying loud? What would happen here today if we lived in our ancient way? Should we all be so confused, and all we used to be in view? And come on, Kani, won't you blow and tell me what I want to know. Should I walk tall and be proud, and all the spirits crying loud? Then let my blood boil in my soul. Kamakakūokalani, won't you blow? Take my spirits to the sky, 'cause in the heavens they're alive. So come on, Kani, won't you blow, 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 blow? Tell me what I want to know. Should I walk tall and be proud, while the spirit's crying loud.
Remember, move slowly. Aim at something. Aim at something. Try to range the shot. Okay, ready? Okay, stay there. There. Now you're back. Not too much up there. Try aim on the person. Aim on the person. Right there. Aim on the person.
Right now you got wall. Okay, go down there. Okay, now watch different shot. Now this camera, see? Thanks for the TV. Yeah, I was waiting. That's why I never closed up yet.
So we always just do this practice of kalamai so that it goes in full circle. Right hand on top, left hand on bottom. So you give with the right and then receive with the left. You give with the right. Receive with the left.
Oh, I'll take it how you give it.
Talk
Thanks to Kaulana, who got us the internet, the caretaker here, who put in the request for the Ethernet, you know, and the people at Kaulana, and the people at CIS and IT who worked hard to get us that jack, those two jacks. That was very important.
Oh, right on.
So yeah, one of them failed during this time, so we could switch over to the other one. So perfect.
Hea mai ngā pua Mānoa aloha ai ai nei. Heo mai ngā pua hanau mai ngā awe awe o kana aloha. Heo mai ngā hoa i kini o ka aina puni ai. Heo mai ngā pahana aloha aina mai kaiki mai. Heo mai ngā po olo hapa ho awa ka i. E ae, hoi ke kumu ola. E ae, kapu ki ola ngā tāne. E ae, hohi mai ngā kahonua. He aina no. Hoi ka pito o hāloa ohi ohi o nā oha. Hania hāloa hoi hoi ka ai ka aina. Hania ia ka lehi. O nā hea koa, he ua, he kupu, he muo, he liko, nā lau, nā la la, he kumu kūpa amau. E ora, no. Ka ana ia. Greetings to you who are native of this land. Greetings to you who are connected through the long arms of Kanaloa, our Pacific cousins. Greetings to you, a call to our people on Turtle Island, the Hawaii of Aina Puniole, to our relatives whose people is not of this place, but who love us, right? Who are the Aloha Aina from a faraway place. Ea'e, rise up. Oh, it's the best one. Great. Io and a po'olohaka. Okay, good. Po'olohaka means dumbass. But we translated it as, we reframed it as those who are not awakening yet. Eager for a new way of life. Okay? It's hard for them too. Po'olohaka. New word. Po'olohaka.
We're calling them to rise up to the source. Our Ahupua, our individual connection to Ahupua. Right? We call them to ho'i, ike kumu ola. Ho'i, kapu ke ola na kāne.
All
Kāne is sacred. Everything that involves water, the water around us, the water within us. Lamada.
Hohi mai laka.
Heal our earth. When we connect, we are able to malama the things that are important to us around us as well.
Hohi mai laka honua. He aina no.
The land needs to be healed.
Because that is what feeds us.
And when I think about that, I think about what we learned through these past few days with all of the hupuna, the malama hupuna. Yeah, we hold back to the aina. He aina no. Our baby's bones are aina. We are aina as well. We need to take care of that. But we malama and understand how to take care of our iwi. We better malama. We better understand how to malama our aina. We better understand how to malama ourselves.
Kaulana Na Pua. God brings the growth. Ahupua brings the growth. We plant the seeds, we cultivate, but Ahupua brings the growth. And it all starts with the rain, the water, the first one. It starts with that.
The sacred
water that feeds the seed, that turns into a sprout. That's what happened in each one of us at this conference. The seeds were planted, or our plant was watered, and it's going to grow and grow and grow branches and leaves on those branches, which represent our Mokupuni, right? Until it becomes a tree that is unable, that is flexible but unable to fall down.
Eola, eola, eola no ha'ana. This rolling beauty of time that we are forever, and our leaders have shown us an example. It's not an easy freaking road. Mahalo
You guys are
for your determination, your stance. You are you're that beauty of time that ever goes on to each and every one of us.
pray for many minds that have been upon us and blessed us with Mānoa, the Ike, and other things that you catch us back to our lands. And as we walk upon these lands, catch us back to our Kona, which we try to protect each and every day. Whether it be Mokua, Moku, or Kona. We are grateful for the opportunity to bind with Him in all that we do. We continue our journey to be able to be at one, not only in purpose, but in mind and in spirit. Yes, to help us and really work as we to be able to bring forth all those things that is necessary for our people to flourish once again. Open the minds of those who come and will challenge us. The doors may be open to us and we may find those. Let me clear the path upon us each and every day. Allow us to open doors. Free our mind of those who would have us in prison. We ask you to help us. And we may be clear and we may be afforded all those things which will give us what we search for. If we want to find peace, transform our lands, to find our home, even in thought, to find the love of the Lord God given to us. We ask you to free us in our mind and in our spirit, that we may to do the things which are necessary for us to move forward. Whether it be this way or that way, we ask you to show us, open our minds, open our eyes, that we may read the things that are important, that we may understand them, about the keeping our minds, that we may move quickly, and we may find our path. We ask you to bless our brothers and sisters across the sea. We ask you to bless them, all that they do for us, as we stand together as a people, not of different countries, but under thy as one people, and brothers and sisters in another way. We ask you to bless the officials that are in our day, to soften their hearts and their minds, and to give us a pathway that we need, for we strengthen us. Give us hope, each and every day, and open our minds, and we open our hearts, that we wait, and we may see the peace, our feelings. We ask that we sleep, that we may dream, and be good. The day that our people may be once more, people that are sovereign, people that are able to function and live as we are supposed to. We are humble, and we only want for the best. So we ask, open your ability, open your doors, open your heart, and lead us, help us, strengthen us. Lord, we thank you for all the things we do. Kaulana Na Pua is the one condition that I must be true to who I am. I leave this prayer in the name of Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
President.
Remain standing. Remain standing. I never finished my story. He doesn't know. That's how the story ends. I'm very proud of you. You know, you were up there on the stage. You made me proud.
Things coming, bro.
I love my brother now.
That's it.
Hey, you didn't need anything. You led the team this Very proud of you. You guys need anything, let me know. Yeah? How you feel about it? Hey, where you going? It's your turn.
Naturally, not like I got it because I wanted it.
the same trip. You guys take care now.
Lauren, what was it? Dosha?
Dosha ake.
Dosha ake?
Dosha
Okay, that was
ake.
small. Yeah.
Yes, again, good one.
So we met with the property owner, and we met with the developer, and the property owner said, you know what, if you can come up with this X amount of money.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
So,
a while ago, I was thinking of that, and I thought the public trust.
Exactly. Yes. So that's what we exactly. So that's what we presented. Yes. Yeah, so that's the next step. Yeah.
There was a part that I read.
Oh, I know. Was it like on the side? I mean, it was. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Moku.
Thank you. I know you too. Love you, Mama. You're always rocking it.
My gosh, please do. Yeah, no. Yeah, I didn't want to put So you know, I'm getting all these rate numbers.
17 something. When I saw it, I thought that
oh, so then you can kind of get your bearings right there. I'm sure. What it's always
John Dale. I got a good quality.
I better end the broadcast.